Good morning.
Good morning.
I was going to start by saying, good morning, Palo Alto. Can I ask everybody to be silent at this moment? So this is our regular meeting of the ARB of December 1st, 2022. Veronica, will you read the piece for me? Thanks.
Pursuant to AB 361, this meeting will be held with the option to attend by teleconference or in person. Members of the public may provide live public comment by submitting a speaker card prior to the start of public comment on that item. Speakers may address items that are not on the agenda during the oral communications portions of the meeting. Spoken comments via computer or smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom app. To address the commission, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 965-6189-1491. When you wish to speak, click on raise hand. To offer comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 965-6189-1491. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so we know that you wish to speak.
Thank you very much. Much better than what I do. So could I have a roll call then, please? Thank you.
Yes. Chair Hirsch,
Here.
Vice Chair Balte,
Present.
Board Member Chen, present. Board Member Rosenberg, present. Board Member Thompson, present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. So the next would be oral communications. Public may speak to any item not on the agenda. Is there anybody who wants to speak to this? Do you know, Veronica?
No.
No. Okay. So Jody, are you all set then for agenda? Okay. Oh, Claire is going to do this one. We're switching here. Okay. Thank you, Claire. Please.
Yeah, are there any agenda changes, additions, or deletions today? Staff does not. Staff does not have any.
I just have a quick question about the beginning of the next year. So which is the first meeting? Would it be January
It'll be January 19th.
19th? Perfect. Thank you.
City official reports.
Oh, hey, David, do we still discuss about the townhouse today? The townhouse slide? No?
Oh, did you receive the slides? I hope.
We received the slides. I commented back to you. I'll present them for you today.
Okay, thank you,
yeah.
Claire.
Is it on the agenda? I didn't see it on the agenda.
Well, it's going to be a non-agendized item, I think. Yeah.
Correct. We didn't realize to get it on the agenda for today. So we will do it under the announcements portion, and it'll just be a one-way
One-way.
conversation. It'll be a presentation, not a discussion.
I see.
That's right.
That's good to know. Okay, thank you.
David, could I follow up, please? I'd asked staff for a report on the 739 Sutter project. Reading the minutes reminded me I hadn't heard back from you on that.
Yeah, I actually heard from them yesterday for the first time. And they indicated that they plan to resubmit, that the city still has not received a second set of plans after the initial round of comments on the project.
Thank you.
So just a ARB meeting schedule. The next hearing will be on the 15th. Board Member Rosenberg will be absent at that meeting. Are there any other members that will be absent to ensure we have a quorum?
And we do normally skip that first hearing in January. And so that's why the first January hearing would be the 19th.
Okay.
And then in terms of new projects recently submitted, There's a new pre-screening that's going to council for 250 Cambridge for installation of a new rooftop garden terrace, and the CC2, I believe that's proposing a change to allow rooftop gardens and change to the code to allow rooftop gardens in the CC2 zoning district. Is that correct, Finley? And there was also a submittal from our Public Works Division, Water Quality Division, for a site and design review for the advanced water purification system, which the city is working on in conjunction with other agencies, including Valley Water.
I don't know if everybody managed to follow where those were in the listing here. So it might be useful to somehow or other put a check on the ones you're going to talk about or something like that, just to sort of warn us which ones are on this list, because it's
Sure, we can do that.
ever-expanding list.
I was working from the end of the items,
Oh,
just
okay.
newly
So-
submitted.
They'll always be the last items? Okay,
Yes.
we can, that'll make it simple. Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't have to bother then.
Yeah.
We'll just do it that way. Okay. All right, so,
I'll note to the chair that the 1700 Embarcadero site, that's the former Ming's restaurant, is going before city council, I believe, next week or next council meeting.
right.
I think it'd be great if the ARB had a representative there.
Okay. Would
In my
somebody
opinion.
want to do that?
It would normally be the chair, I think.
Are you assigning?
Staff might be able to confirm that.
Yeah, the chair or his delegate.
But isn't that project up to the city council for final approval next Monday, perhaps, the 5th, if I remember right?
I believe that's true. We can find out in a minute.
So I might be asked to say a couple of words about it, right? At the council hearing, it does happen that way.
In my opinion, the council would appreciate hearing from the ARB about how the review process went and what our
Yes.
final
Yeah.
conclusion was.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay, I'll attend. Do you want to come? No. Okay. So,
And that would be heard by council on December 5th.
okay, December 5th, right? Thank you. On the ad hoc list, how have we kind of got that worked out for whatever we're going to need it for? And or do we need some additional assignments there? It looked to me like it was just month by month and assignments, there wasn't specific, project specific.
Sorry, what was your question?
What the ad hoc list, that we have. I'm trying to find
Typically, it is project specific, David.
It's what?
It's typically project specific.
Yeah, it is, right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what I'm sort of thinking, have we got it covered? What is the next likely ad hoc to come in?
Ad hoc subcommittee?
Yeah.
Yeah, item. The next item that's anticipated is 788 San Antonio. And I need to check with the planner if they are going to be ready to have that as part of the 1215 meeting or the 119. My understanding was it's going to come in on the 119 hearing. But there were some ad hoc committee items related to that project, which was a major housing project on San Antonio. They intend to file their building permit before the end of the year, before the code changes occur, and then would make any modifications as necessary based on that ad hoc committee.
Okay, so that project really, the new members were not here for those hearings, right? So if I could, I would have Peter and Ozma on that committee.
We'll check if a decision has already been made, but you're right that maybe the people that were on it aren't here anymore.
So let's begin with the first project. So let's Has the board been there to visit the site? Would you like to start it? Okay, Cosmo.
Disclosures.
Yeah, disclosure.
I visited the site.
Yes, I visited the site as well.
Yeah, I disclosed that I visited 660 University this week.
I disclosed that I visited the site this week as well.
And I live nearby, so I visited the site 2 times. Okay, that being the case, I'm not loud enough?
I want you to be super loud.
Okay. So let's have a report. Claire?
I think you need to, David, I think you need to read the,
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll
Commissioner.
read. Yep. Quasi judicial 660 University consideration of a planned community PC zoning. That still didn't hear me. 680 University Avenue and 500 Middlefield Road, demolish existing buildings, 9,216 square feet of office, and provide a new 4-story mixed-use building with ground floor office, 9,115 square feet, and multifamily residential all floors, including a 2-level below-grade parking garage proposed. Residential, 41,570 square feet will include 65 units, 47 studios, 12 one-bedrooms, 6 two-bedrooms, and a request for a comprehensive plan amendment to allow replacement of existing office floor area in a multi-family MF land use designation. Environmental assessment. A notice of preparation for an environmental impact report was circulated from November 4th, 2022 through December 5th, 2022. For more information, please contact the project planner, Emily Foley at cityofpaloalto.org. Okay, Emily?
Okay, good morning. My name is Emily Foley. I'm the project planner for 660 University. As ARB Chair Hirsch explained, this is the overview of the project. 9,115 square feet of office, which is replacing existing office on the site, and 65 new residential units, 20% of which will be affordable. 2 levels of underground parking with 88 total parking stalls. And then in terms of it being a PC and comprehensive plan amendment, there is a height exception to the 35-foot special requirement for PC projects and reduced setbacks, including the Middlefield special setback. And this project also includes merging 3 existing parcels. The location of this project is mainly along University Avenue for the length of the block between Byron Street and Middlefield Road. And it is nearby to the Lytton Garden Senior Housing as well as the Hamilton Senior Housing. So this project is a PHZ or PC. So PC is Planned Community District, which is intended to allow flexibility not otherwise attainable under typical zoning requirements. It is required to provide a substantial public benefit and to conform with the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan. And so there are also the PC section of the zoning code is PAMC 18.38. And so there are also special requirements that are in 1838-150. And so council has placed additional limitations on when we can use the PC zoning process. And so that's what the PHZ planned housing zone application is. And so there are qualifying criteria established by council to provide 20% of the total units as affordable housing and to provide more housing units than any net new jobs. Council gave 4 potential options for how the 20% affordable can be attained. On the left of the slide is one of the council options, 20% BMR and workforce housing. And then on the right is what the applicant is proposing for this project. Using council's feedback from the pre-screening, there is not workforce housing, provided it is all, the 20% is all BMR units, with a total of 13 units out of the 65 being proposed as affordable. This slide shows the PC process. So this project started with a pre-screening in October of 2021 as well, and then was followed by the formal application. The staff review is ongoing, but last week there was the first PTC hearing. And then of course, this meeting is the first ARB hearing. The recommendation, as we'll get to later, is for this item to be continued since the environmental review has not been completed. And I anticipate that you will have, some comments and feedback for the applicants. But after ARB provides a recommendation, then it will go back to the PTC for them to provide a recommendation, and then council makes the final decision. Simultaneous with this project is an environmental impact report, EIR, is being prepared. The notice of preparation is still currently circulating, so members of the public have until December 5th to provide, which is Monday, to provide any comments they have regarding scoping, which is kind of the content of the report. This is the site plan of the project. All of the proposed office is on the ground floor, as well as the lobby for the residential use and one owner's unit for the building. The other units will all be rental units. There's also outdoor space for the office. The parking circulation is entering and exiting off of Middlefield Road, but there are pedestrian entrances on all sides of the building. This shows an example floor plan. There are 3 levels of residential use. Each unit has a balcony. And this is the roof plan, which includes a roof garden amenity for the residents. This shows the elevations on Byron Street and Middlefield Road. The left side is the Middlefield Road. You can see the entrance to the parking garage. This rendering also shows the large overhanging oak tree. The oak tree is on the adjacent property, but the building has been designed with a larger 25-foot setback to avoid impacting the roots of the tree. The proposed materials include glass colored plaster and metal elements as well. And so this shows the university frontage at the top and the rear interior frontage at the back. Key considerations are how this project conforms with the downtown urban design guidelines, the height and daylight plane, the setback along Middlefield Road, and the circulation, parking, and bike parking. In terms of the downtown urban design guidelines, there's only one paragraph that refers to this block, and that identifies this area as a gateway to downtown. It also recommends including street trees on both the public and within the property along the sidewalk along University. This slide shows the proposed heights. The building is 45 feet 5 inches to the top of the parapet, with an additional 55 foot 5 inches to the top of the mechanical enclosure. Because there's a roof deck, the elevator tower is taller to provide access to the roof, and so that is at 60 foot 11 inches. As I mentioned earlier, the PC typically has a special requirement to be a maximum of 35 feet when it's adjacent to the RM20 zoning district, which this property PC process, they can ask for an exception to this code. This project complies with the daylight plane on the interior side. However, it does not comply with the daylight plane on the Byron Street side. However, while this would typically be considered the rear yard, it is a through lot, and we would not, recommend that it is stepped back along the street frontage. This slide shows the existing setbacks of buildings along Middlefield Road. There is a special setback of 24 feet, which was originally intended for if the city ever wanted to widen the street. But this is showing existing buildings along this and the adjacent block to have setbacks, mainly between 12 and 22 feet setback. There's only one that currently meets the 24-foot setback. The proposed setbacks are 10 feet along Middlefield Road, 10 feet along Byron Street, and 6 feet along University Avenue as a part of the PHZ. However, we would appreciate any comments you may have on this. This slide shows the required parking and the proposed parking. The project will have a 20% parking space reduction with 35% TDM plan, which is currently under review. We also have Sylvia Starlack from the Office of Transportation on the Zoom if you have any questions for staff regarding circulation and parking. The proposed bike parking currently has all long-term spaces in the below grade parking garage. This code section explains that this is allowed if the bicycle parking facilities are located near with access to the elevators and stairwell, which the floor plans show it meets this requirement. And then the short-term spaces are along University, where the building is articulated inward. So staff recommends that the Architectural Review Board provide initial comments and feedback and continue this item to a date uncertain. Thank you. This is, oh, yes. Additionally, sorry. Another item to consider in terms of circulation is that under the recently adopted objective standards, which is this project is not required to comply with, residential and mixed use structures with 50 or more dwelling units should provide at least one on-site short-term loading space for taxi cabs, delivery services, et cetera. This project does not currently include that, but that is also something ARB can consider. Thank you. The applicant also has a presentation.
Is there more than one presentation from the applicant or just one? One. Okay, then you have 10 minutes for that presentation.
And you'll need to state and spell your name for the record.
Yes, state your name and spell your name. Turn to, press. No, we can't hear you.
Get real close here. Okay. Boyd Smith, BOYD SMITH. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. I am the developer of the proposed project. We appreciate the opportunity to present 660 University to you this morning. Our team has worked hard to create a beautiful project that will fit in with the existing neighborhood and provide much needed housing. It is worth noting this project is being brought to you by both Smith Development and Palo Alto Dental Group. Palo Alto Dental owns the land this project would be built on. We have partnered with them with the hope that we will be able to hundreds of signatures of support. Also worth mentioning that Palo Dental Group has been operating in Palo Alto since 1934, and if the project advances, Palo Dental Group will relocate within Palo Alto. I will now turn the time over to our architect, Ted Korth. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ted Korth, TED KORTH with KSH Architects. We've done a number of buildings in Palo Alto, fortunately for us. I'll try not to repeat what Emily already went through. Maybe you could forward it, Amanda. So this is our team. Paul Lettieri from the Gazzardo Partnership will be attending by Zoom and have some words about the landscape. He's our landscape architect. Next, please. So this is a context plan. It shows our site in the center surrounded by blue, noting that there are a number of four-story buildings directly adjacent to the site where Amanda's showing that, also across the street and at some of the other corners in the vicinity. So it isn't the only four-story building that's being proposed. There are others in the neighborhood as it is right now. Next, please. These are just views of the existing site from various vantage points that we provided for you. You're familiar with this. Next, please. And then some of the other buildings that are in the neighborhood right now, the Hamilton in the upper right-hand corner, the building across the street in the lower right-hand corner. So that in context, there are some similar sized buildings. Next, please. Amanda. Thank you. So we wanted to mention this. This is that special setback along Littlefield that's 24 feet. The existing building on our site is set back 10 foot 9 inches. And there are other buildings along the route there that are projecting into that setback. Just to make a note of that, it isn't the only one that has exceeded that dotted red line. Next, please. So the ground floor and the layout of the site, to note, along Middlefield, the sidewalk is 14 feet wide. The setback from the property line to our proposed building is 12 feet. So it's 24 feet from the curb line, actually 12 feet and 12 feet. It's 24 feet from the curb line on Middlefield to the face of the building. Along Byron, the proposed building setback 12 feet, and there is a 12-foot setback, so it's 24 feet from the curb line to the face of the building. And then along University, there's a 14-foot wide setback, 14-foot wide sidewalk and a 6-foot setback along University. There is a level change that is required by FEMA for flood control. So the floor of the first floor is about 30 inches above grade. So in order to make that transition, there are two gradual ramps that flank both entrances. So on the right side where the light blue material is, that's the office use. On the left with the yellow and the green, that's the residential use. So they each have a primary entrance on University with secondary access from the side, especially along Byron. There is a large oak tree on the bottom of the page that you can see. It's on the neighbor's property. Our building's been set back both for the building and the below grade garage. And Paul Lettieri will explain that we've done this to preserve that tree. It's a beautiful tree, and we've done everything we can to make sure it'll flourish in the future. Next, please. So this is the corner from University and Middlefield. It shows the scale of the project. There are setbacks, level changes, material changes, projecting balconies with glass railings. And then the front there are planters along 3 sides of the project on the streets. You can see the center of the building. There's a bright color, which is an opportunity for public art. That at that point, there's a ramp to the right to go to the residential and a gradual ramp to go to the left to the office, as well as a staircase at the center. So it's kind of a nice welcoming feature. And then there's a big setback for the lobbies, and the plane changes between the building are also contributing to an interesting dynamic of the ground floor. Next, please. And this is a view from Byron. So again, Shows a foreground with a wooden fence. The building set back about 25 foot 6 inches from the rear property line. Again, there are plane changes and material changes to add a gesture towards the size of the building that's adjacent to it as well. Next, please. So there are 2 levels of parking. This is the P1 level. The ramp comes off of Middlefield. It's as far as we could get from the intersection to have the ramp access the site. It has to come in. If it comes in off of Middlefield, it works. It's not endangering the tree. If it came in off of Byron, it can't because of the tree and the need to retain that and take care of it. It would be a right in, right out situation. So cars wouldn't be turning left as they leave the building. So we felt that that's a safe way of doing it. It's as far from the intersection as we can get. Next, please. The P2 level, ramp just continues down. Next, please. And again, the ground floor and off the ground floor, you can see that there's an outdoor terrace that Paul will explain in greater detail. There are 2 elevators that serve the residential and 1 elevator that serves the office coming up from the parking level below. Next, please. So again, mixture of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, ins and outs. Everyone has their own balcony, private balcony. Next, please. And on the top floor of the residential, the building's set back so that this complies with the daylight plane and also adds an outdoor space for those units. They have a really nice outdoor space. Next one, please. Again, a mixture of units and details and dimensions of them. Next, please. Next, please. Trying to make sure we don't go over 10 minutes. And then the outdoor deck, Paul will explain in detail, but it's set back from the side facing the Hamilton. The mechanical enclosure is shown in that sort of tan color. So most of the activity space is on University, a little bit to the right, but everything is set back from that edge of the building. Next, please. So these are context drawings. The one along University, along Byron, you can see the Hamilton on the right and the building opposite University on the left side, comparable sizes. I think the Hamilton's a little taller than we are. Next, please. So from University, again, you can see in the center where that art installation can be provided and really activate the street, the ramp that goes left and right to each entry, setbacks in the plane of the building and variation in color as it steps down towards the center of the site. Next, please. A view from, from Middlefield and the entrance to the garage is on the left side. You can see the oak tree as well. Next, please. Again, this is from the other side of the site. This is from the side that faces the oak tree. It shows the scale of the tree and how we've tried to make this building transition down on the right side to the adjacent residential building. Next, please. Again, the other side of the building, get an idea again of the depth. There's a projecting cornice line at the ground floor as well. Next, please. As a section, the diagonal line is the daylight plane. This is just showing the area along Middlefield that is set back to comply with the daylight plane. Next, please. I believe we're getting into landscape now. So Paul, if you're here, could you join in?
I'm here. I assume I can be heard.
Yes.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure. Good morning. I'll try to cut to the chase here, since I know time is short. Ted pretty much talked about the street frontages and the low planters that address the street. We're replacing some of the street trees that are in poor condition and preserving the others. The light colored ones are the ones we're keeping, and the darker ones are the new trees. The rear of the building, we heard a lot of concerns of the PTC about the oak tree and how we're handling it. So we wanted to just talk about what we're doing back there. The area where the deck is shown is a wood deck that would be built on pedestals on top of the existing asphalt parking lot that is there now to minimize any disturbance around the tree. As you probably know, oak trees don't like change, So granted, it's not an ideal condition that's there now, but there is a lot of consensus that trying to remove it and remove the asphalt and the base material that's there might do more damage than it's worth. So the paving's been thought was to try to leave as much undisturbed as possible there, and that's what we're doing. There's only minimal areas of asphalt being removed, and they're actually quite close to where the building is. So that deck is enclosed, and the planting areas you see there are all pots that are sitting on top of the existing ground or with gravel as the ground plane underneath it. So it'll kind of have an elegant look to it when it's done. The asphalt will all be covered by other materials, and we won't change the drainage patterns or anything like that. One of the things we wanted to do, if we go to the next one, is to just talk about the tree by way of example of another project that this exact same team, including the arborist, did in Mountain View. 250 Bryant, which is on the left, had a large oak tree next to it, and a building quite adjacent to it. And actually, in this case, the underground parking came within 14 feet of this tree. And we took great pains to retain it and keep it. And we've had our arborist go out and have a look at it just earlier this month, and he has given us a report that it is flourishing and it has grown. He's got some, he talks about what its size was in 2012 when we started the project, and what its size is now. It's grown, I think, 6 inches in circumference and about 10 feet in spread, and it's done quite well. That one was actually on our site. And we built a deck right against that tree. And on our project here at 660 University, the tree is off-site. We're not touching the ground around the tree in any way. And you can see the existing condition. It's tree number 10. It's growing in less than ideal conditions, and it is doing very well. So our feeling was to not touch the retaining wall, not touch the asphalt, leave the ground alone. We will replace the fence in kind on top of the wall that's there now. Or directly adjacent to it on its face, and not disturb the ground plane around the tree, just to minimize any disturbance that could happen, to it during construction or otherwise. So that was a significant aspect of what our considerations were for the tree. We keep going. Yes, Ted already talked about the roof deck. It is the gray area is the mechanical equipment, and then the planters that are up there are designed to create little outdoor room spaces with seating area opportunities, and we sort of have two separate kind of use areas on each end with sort of the connecting quiet spaces. Keep going. And this the imagery is, I won't go through all of these in the interest of time, but the paving materials on the ground, our bike racks, the open wire fencing that we have along part of the edge, as well as some of the wood fencing, the horizontal wood fencing that we've got shown, some of the lighting, and then the decking material down below. Okay, onward. This is just giving an indication of a plant material where I think we're at 90% plus natives on the site. And we think that's going to have a really great look with lots of different color variations, foliage, and all of that that we can bring to the table.
Yeah, we're running pretty late here.
I think our time frame is done, and I tried to get through quickly. So we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, you did it. All right, so board members, do you have any questions?
Should we hear from the public first and then?
Do you want to hear from the
First,
public
I'd like
first?
to
or
know if there's any
questions?
questions for the staff on this project.
I have questions, but I'll wait until after public comment.
Anybody else have questions for the staff?
I'll follow Osmond's guidelines. I'll just wait till we hear from the public first, if that's okay.
Okay. Well, I have questions as well, so we'll wait then, since the majority seem to want to do that. Okay, so let's open this up to the public. Quite a number of you. So are you going to speak individually? How do the cards read?
Yes, I have first speaker, Lee Prince, who's joining via Zoom. He has 4 people who donated their time to him: Leroy Barnes, Jane Hadley, Linda Chin, and Dick Smallwood. So Mr. Prince, if you can unmute yourself, you can speak. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Lee Prince. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, Lee, before you start, I just would like to confirm that the people that are giving up their time.
Okay.
If they can raise their hand or something similar.
Yes, they're present in the chambers, but the speaker is on Zoom.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms.
Oh.
Prince.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm a land use attorney here on behalf of the Hamilton, the senior community adjacent to the proposed project, many of which are in person with you this morning. As you know, your job as the ARB is to consider whether as designed the project is consistent with the zoning and the comprehensive plan, whether it will create a desirable environment for the community, whether it is in harmony with adjacent uses, and whether its design is beneficial for pedestrian and bicycle safety. I submitted a letter yesterday that I hope you all had a chance to read that explained the numerous ways in which the proposed project does not satisfy these required findings. While you may think in your role you don't have much to say about density, I believe you do. Density is integral to the findings you must make to recommend project approval. Density of this magnitude is not consistent with the zoning or comprehensive plan. This project is approximately 3 to 6 times more dense than the city planning documents allow, and more dense than even the new draft housing element anticipates. While the planned community rezoning allows some flexibility, it does so in exchange for substantial public benefit. Previous planned community projects have provided far greater benefits for far less density. For example, the Hamilton not only provided 19.4% affordable units, it also provided a $500,000 subsidy plus resale fees to establish a fund to benefit seniors and senior services. And for comparison, the Hamilton is about 33 units per acre, and this project is at 126 units per acre. Lytton Gardens is a fully affordable project providing units for low to moderate income seniors. This public benefit is far greater. Although Lytton Gardens is 98 units to the acre, it is providing a much greater public benefit. As proposed with only 20% affordable and significantly more density than either of these other planned community projects, this project simply isn't desirable or in harmony with the adjacent uses. Design elements like increasing setbacks would also decrease the overall density and intensity of the project. The required setback along Middlefield is a minimum of 24 feet. The project is requesting a 14-foot reduction to 10 feet. The required setback along University and Byron are both 16 feet. The project is requesting a 6-foot reduction to 10 feet. Both of these are unnecessary. And as staff explained to the PTC, would impede the city's ability to plan for necessary changes to the street, including for multimodal improvements that would allow improved bike and pedestrian use and safety, such as dedicated bike lanes. Although this may not be the only building currently not meeting the setback, when those buildings are redeveloped, they would be required to meet the setback, or as I experienced with another project in Palo Alto, 788 San Antonio, there may be a condition in the approval that requires removal of some element of the building should the city move forward with street improvements. Thus, we would encourage the ARB to require compliance with these setbacks. Similarly, increasing the setback of the building and related improvements like decking from the oak tree will help reduce the overall density and intensity of the building while ensuring the preservation of a beautiful community asset. The images showed by the applicant illustrated that the canopy grows over the anticipated decking and into the upper balconies. Thus, there is concern not only about the impacts to the tree now during redevelopment, but also into the future as the tree continues to grow. As you can see from other comments you have received and you will receive, this tree is of critical importance. Reducing the height would also reduce the density and intensity. The planned community zoning, while allowing for flexibility, also specifically provides in section 1838-150 that sites located within 150 feet of residential shall be subject to an additional height limitation of 35 feet. As the project includes heights of up to approximately 60 feet, the Hamilton encourages the ARB to look at reducing the overall height of the project. Although there are some 4-story buildings, there are also nearby 2-story buildings, and the Hamilton encourages you to consider finding ways to reduce the height of this building. Relatedly, the Hamilton is concerned about noise from the roof deck and would like to see that removed and the open space for residential socialization be placed elsewhere. Hamilton also encourages you to direct the applicant to eliminate the does not create a desirable environment for the community. It will add traffic congestion, which is a significant concern to the residents of the senior corner. It adds no value to the community, which already has more than adequate office space, much of which is currently vacant. At a minimum, this space should be medical office serving the neighboring seniors. Finally, the Hamilton encourages the project to be designed to include the full required number of parking spaces to avoid parking intrusion into the surrounding streets, which are already well filled. Although a TDM plan may be used, in my experience, it is much more difficult for a TDM to be effective for residential. Thus, the Hamilton encourages you to review this project with a thoughtful eye to the density and intensity of the project as designed and the impact it will have on its senior neighbors, and ask the applicant to pull it back significantly and bring back a redesigned project for further ARB review. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, do we have individual speakers then?
We have another group with Chris Ream.
Okay. And how many people are represented?
2 other people donated their time to him, Marilyn Carlson and Eric Carlson.
Okay, are they here in the room?
So he will have 9 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Ream? You're not on louder anyhow. I think you're on now.
How's that? There, okay,
That's
that's
good,
there. All right. My name's Christopher Ream. I've been my wife and I have lived in Palo Alto for 51 years, and for the last 4 years in the Hamilton. And I want to say that the Hamilton board has passed resolutions to oppose this project as it is currently planned. The Hamilton's a senior facility, 55 years and older. We've got 36 units, comes up to a density of 33 units per acre, much less than the proposed plan here. I'm glad to see that everybody is in agreement that it's essential that this oak tree be protected. What's happened here is that it's a 50-inch diameter. It's about this size. That translates to a tree protection zone of about 45 feet. If you look at their plans, they've drawn a tree protection zone of only 30 feet. The 30 feet comes right up to the building. Building's going down 2 stories, so all the roots are going to get cut off there if they construct like that. In addition to the 30 feet, which is a reduction of about 15 feet from what it should be, there's going to be construction. Now, I'm not a contractor, so I don't know how much damage is going to be caused by that construction, but it's going to be a couple feet further in than the 30 feet they show. Also consider the fact that it's not only the roots that we're worried about, it's the limbs, because they're coming right up to the building, but it's not just 30 feet there. They have 6-foot balconies coming out. So they're going to have to cut back another 6 feet. And then you know perfectly well that they're going to say, wait a second, we cannot have limbs coming right up to the balcony. So they're probably going to cut another 5 feet. 11 feet more off the 30 feet. So maybe only a 19-foot protection for those limbs. And their landscaper, their arborist admits that they're going to have to do pruning. And he mentions a 17-inch limb is going to have to be cut off. 17-inch, it's a big limb. Okay. Traffic on Middlefield. They mentioned that they've got traffic coming in and out of their garage onto Middlefield. There's a suggestion that it be only a right turn exiting. How are you going to enforce that? Because people are going to want to turn left to get right to University Avenue. Are they going to go to Stanford, 280? Are they going to go to Safeway in Menlo Park or Costco? Or are they going to go out to the Bay Shore? Wherever they're going to want to turn left, and they're going to turn left even if there's a sign there that says turn right only. So that's a concern. You're going to have traffic problems there. Construction. How are they going to do the construction? I don't know how long it's going to take, but they're not going to park their trucks on University, I don't think. They're not going to park them on Middlefield. They're going to park them on Byron. Byron's going to be shut down for a couple of years while they do that construction, and that's going to cause some real problems. Bear that in mind. Parking. They admit that they're required to have 105 parking spots. They only have 82. Now, they get credit for another 7 because they're putting in some ADA aisles. But reality is they got that credit, but you can't park on a credit. There's only 82 parking spots. So we're looking at 23 extra cars who don't have a parking spot, who are going to circulate through the neighborhoods trying to find a parking spot. Parking is already a problem in downtown Palo Alto. It has been for years. They're just making it worse with this project. Okay, a new thing that they brought up just recently in their latest filing is this deck upstairs on the roof. I call it the party deck. Take a look at it. 2 barbecues, a wall-mounted TV, and consider who the residents are going to be. With little tiny studios, we're talking about young single people. What do young single people do? They like to party. The Hamilton is looking right at it. There are 14 of our units face right towards it. There are going to be parties up there, noise. Sure, it's over on the university side, but noise transmits very easily through the air. And it's going to be a real annoyance to the people in the Hamilton and other people in the neighborhood, all that. Setbacks, we've already had some discussion of that. That's more, I think you guys know that better than we do about what you need to do with the setbacks, but they're really cutting them down. Balconies. Okay, I mentioned what happened with the balconies on the, the east side, I guess, towards the Hamilton, about the fact they're going to have to prune that tree quite a bit. By the way, mentioning the tree, their big defense is they found a tree in Mountain View that they didn't kill. That's going to justify cutting back the tree protection zone. I don't think that's the way science works. But the balconies, let's go to the other side of the building on University. You've got those balconies coming right up to the sidewalk. Look at the plans. They're right above, just right up to the edge of the sidewalk. My thought is they're unaesthetic, which is a fancy word for ugly. You guys are architects. You can imagine what that's going to look like with those glass balconies right up there. They're going to be dangerous. There's going to be a lot of people out on those balconies. Sometimes things are going to drop from the balcony. What's going to happen? It's going to hit the sidewalk, or is it going to hit a pedestrian? Coffee mug, beer bottle. It's also going to be distracting. As you walk down the sidewalk, suddenly there are people right above you. You're going to be looking up. Not good. And finally, the office, which our attorney mentioned. It doesn't make any sense that Palo Alto is trying to meet this 6,000 housing unit, 6,000 plus housing unit thing. And what you're doing here is you're putting in an office that's going to translate to another demand for housing under the state law. Why don't you just take that office out and put in housing units there? They're just going the wrong way with it. So I hope that you take all these things into consideration and ask them to make corrections. Thank you very much.
Do we have additional speakers now?
Yes, we have two people on Zoom. I believe they're individual speakers. First one, Jen Bodine. If you can unmute yourself and begin to speak, you have 3 minutes.
Say and spell your name, please, for the record.
Is this person with the applicant's team?
Yes, but
Okay, then she is not allowed to speak during the public comment period.
I'm
Oh,
I'm Dr. Shachi Bal, part of the Palo Alto Dental Group.
Okay, go ahead, please. If you can please spell and state your name.
All right. My name is Shachi Bal. It's spelled as SHACHIBAHL. And I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Palo Alto Dental Group. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. I'm here today to voice our strong support for the proposed project. This project makes sense at this location and will result in adding the much needed housing to the community. Additionally, we wanted to be clear that this project will not result in the closure of our dental practice. If this project is approved, the Palo Alto Dental Group will relocate within Palo Alto. We are not leaving Palo Alto and have a variety of good relocation options in the city. While this project represents change, it's positive change for the community. This project is appropriately located in downtown Palo Alto area with great proximity to the community serving retail and public transit. We hope it's clear that Palo Alto Dental Group is supportive of the project and will not close as a result of it. Thank you so much for your time.
Could you tell us, is your facility immediately adjacent to this property?
We are on the property. It is the location.
Property.
Yes.
I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, please.
we have one more person on Zoom, Senia Hammer. If you can unmute yourself, you have 3 minutes.
Great. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. I fully realize that we need additional housing in Palo Alto. However, I have grave concerns about this particular project. The size and the density need to be reduced significantly. This, as was mentioned earlier, this significantly exceeds the zoning density by a factor of 6 or 3, however you look at it. The setback issue is of great concern. We are on Middlefield Road, and the setbacks are there so that the city can improve safety, traffic safety for bicycles and pedestrians on those roads. And relaxing those setback constraints would severely impede the city's ability to do that going forward. And the city needs that flexibility to ensure pedestrian and bicycle safety. I walk, I ride my bike to work every day, and the bicycle safety on Middlefield is precarious and needs to be improved significantly. And the setbacks is a way to do that in the future going forward. The other thing that I just learned by listening to this meeting is that one parking space, short-term parking for drop-offs and pickups is not there in this proposal, and it really needs to be, because we are talking about University of Middlefield. Imagine people stopping by to drop people off and pick people up. What that is going to do to traffic on University and Middlefield and pedestrian and bicycle safety on those streets. So that extra short-term parking spot absolutely needs to be there. We cannot let that requirement go away. And finally, the mix of apartments. It's got 47 studio apartments. Of course, we need housing, but we need housing not just for single people, but for couples of all ages and all kinds, maybe roommates, maybe young families. So I urge you to look at the mix of the apartments, and the high number of studios is of great concern here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So Veronica, that's it. That's it. No more speakers.
No, we have two in-persons.
Okay, could you come up, please? Thanks. Please state your name and spell your name. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hirsch and members of the Architectural Review Board. Thank you for this opportunity for me to express my views on the proposed project at 660 Hamilton. I'm a 50-plus year resident of Palo Alto, and for the last 10 years have lived at the Hamilton. I love being able to walk downtown, but I have to say that the bench to catch a bus is a decoration only, very seldom used, not very efficient way of getting around town. And if you have to give up your car, as I had to, you'll find it very difficult to get from any place other than up and down University and Hamilton and so forth. As I looked out my window last night, excuse me, I tried to imagine what the proposed development, can you still hear if I do that?
Just get a little closer to the speak.
Okay. As I looked out my window last night, I tried to imagine what the proposed development at 660 University would mean for future occupants. For some, it would be a place of their own, even if the studio apartments would scarcely be larger than the dorm room of their student days. For others, it would be the end of a horrible commute. We urgently need more homes, apartments in Palo Alto. But few would call these new apartments family-friendly, and fewer still would call them affordable. What will it take to build more affordable units? Family-friendly homes that bring children to our neighborhoods and trees to maintain our link to nature. Before the city moves ahead on any project, the community needs clear answers on the developer's very, very long list of requested exceptions. What lessons can we take on affordability from rental rates for the apartments at El Camino and Page Mill Road? Are they actually going to be at or near market rate? Are they now truly more affordable? I think there are a lot of questions about the affordability of those units at El Camino and Page Mill, and I presume they would apply to this project as well. I hope that you will look into that before you go on record on this project. Will the oak tree survive? It certainly has captured public fancy. For seniors who don't drive, a walk around the block is the best exercise they get in a day. Cutting setbacks from 24 to 10 feet affects their quality of life. For a community still grieving over the loss of two of our own Pali grads, waiting to make a left-hand turn, we have to worry about seniors trying to cross Middlefield, before the light changes. They are shorter and slower than most adults, often not easily visible. They don't all see the lights change as they watch cars whizzing past. Bicyclists, what about their place in the busy Middlefield University intersection and our pride in being a bicycle city? And won't Friday and Saturday nights be different at Senior Corner, as they call that area where Hamilton and this project are? When the residents pour out of their studios and head for the rooftop with their favorite music. It may be a bit rugged for patients at the Webster House Nursing Facility, a short block away. A 10:30 curfew? Hardly. What is the public benefit of the 660 University project? When penciling it out, the Palo Alto will use their own pencils. It is difficult to hear every idea put down with the phrase, doesn't pencil out. As for an alternate project to the EIR, how about low-cost senior housing? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Last in-person speaker, Carol Gilbert.
So, say and spell your name, please.
I'm Carol Gilbert, Carol Gilbert.
Thank you.
And I'm a member of the board of the Hamilton, and I would like to thank all the Hamilton residents who have come in support of how we feel. I just have a note that really wasn't part of what I planned to say to you, and that is I just came to learn yesterday that apparently there were petitions in the dental offices for their dental patients to sign. So when you hear them say something like, we have, I don't know, hundreds of signatures loving this building, it's all their patients. And I'm not even sure that it's ethical for doctors and dentists to ask for patients to sign anything, as it's sort of a private relationship. But that's an aside from what I came to talk to you about. But consider that when you hear there's hundreds of people who love the idea. Okay, how does the proposed 660 University project fit with your responsibilities? Design review, architectural considerations. This location is considered the gateway to downtown. Tall buildings springing from narrow sidewalks fly in the face of aesthetic sensitivity. Please don't turn downtown Palo Alto into downtown San Jose. Harmonious development. A lot of talk about the setbacks. The request is for egregious variances to the normally required setbacks. Only 10 feet instead of 24 feet on Middlefield. It would forever eliminate the possibility of widening Middlefield and adding that safety to a bicycle route. Desirable use of the land. We've all been talking about density. 65 units where 40 per acre of land use is really the designation. Clearly, the city needs to add housing, and it is going to be more dense than previously. We understand that. But you must give it some consideration for its effect on the surrounding neighborhood. a tongue-in-cheek comment from Palo Alto Online just to add a little wry levity to my presentation. Why so small? 4 tiny stories and 65 units. Why not 8 stories and 150 units to get more folks downtown to support local businesses? At this rate, we need 101 of these exact projects to even get near meeting our housing goals for the next 10 years. Moving on to the serious stuff, parking. The development request is, and you've heard, distribution of those spaces leave a number of residents without anywhere to park within the building, especially their lower income units, as they have discussed how they are going to dispatch them. I previously sent you a letter so that neighborhood. First of all, you cannot prevent residents from owning a car. They will own cars.
Excuse me, you're about a minute over at this point. So
I was told I was given 6 minutes.
3 minutes per person. Sorry, I should have announced it at the beginning. It's always 3 minutes, but could you try to wind it up maybe in the next 1 minute?
Whoa.
Somebody giving time.
I'm sorry, what?
Unless there was somebody that was giving time to you.
There is.
Oh, is that right?
Oh,
Okay.
okay,
You've
so-
got,
6
I'll
minutes,
I'll
okay.
give you
I'm
another
sorry.
2.5, 3 minutes then. Okay.
Okay, there are no parking spaces on the university side of the building. There are no parking spaces on the Middlefield side of the building. There are very limited parking spaces on the Byron side, which are fully parked most of the week. Even if they could get residential parking permits, the nearest residential spaces available are probably going to be a 3 to 4 minute walk. And I think Chris mentioned, and it's a big worry to us, where will the construction vehicles and heavy duty equipment be located during construction? Will it be on the 660 property? There is no space on any of the adjacent streets. I'd like to see that plan, and I think you should too. Office space, totally unneeded. Adjacent area, you know it's called Senior Corners, and why? We as seniors have a heightened sensitivity to air pollution and a greater desire to walk around the neighborhood and feel safe from bicycles and traffic. There is concern about the 4th floor balcony. The plan includes lounges, large screen TV, barbecues. Can you imagine Monday Night Football up there and living just opposite that? I actually have some alternatives which I'd like to share with the developer. How about no television, no speakers up there? How about build it as an enclosed solarium? Then we'd have the noise mitigated. And lastly, how about just create it as a garden respite with benches and the wonderful planting their landscape architect has put forth? You've heard plenty about the heritage oak tree. I think you need to listen to whatever our Palo Alto City arborist thinks about the plan. Affordability, designating 20% affordable units is really a handful. And only 4 of these would be very low income. And I think the idea of what really ends up workforce housing applies to those who make 120% of the Palo Alto median income.
Is this about it? Are you
Yes,
close?
it is. It's really close. Alto Lopel is $3,200 a month for a studio, $4,000 for a one-bedroom. We might as well put a sign up entering Palo Alto that says, "Young TechWorks, welcome. Elders and families, go elsewhere."
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's a good ending right there. Okay, is no more speakers, huh?
No, that's all the public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's bring it back to the board and
Typically.
oh yes, give the applicant. Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, so we've heard a lot of comments from the public, and you have the right to respond to those. Applicant, is there somebody who would like to answer any of that?
You're not required to, just to note, but if you'd like to.
You pass on that. Okay, then let's bring it back to the board. We would maybe have questions for both Emily and staff, as well as comments that we will make. Who would like to start? You want to do that?
What's with that hat, Esma?
It's cold.
You go first.
Okay. A couple of questions for the applicant. Maybe some easy ones for the architect. What's the building type? Is it a type 1 project? Or type 3?
It'll be a type 3A.
3A?
Yeah.
Thank you. I couldn't find it on the drawings for some reason. And is it possible just to briefly go over how the parking stackers work? Are those kind of a center moving kind of thing?
Yeah, we've been looking at both two different types of independent systems, which means that you don't have to move one of the cars to get the other one out. So we would have a pit, and we would either have a puzzle system where there would be, a unit of 6 that would park 5 cars, or we would just have double stackers. But both systems that we're looking at are independent systems.
Okay, so that's still kind of up in the air.
Yeah.
One more question on the building design. What is the color palette inspired by?
So we thought earth tones, that was the color for the almost wood colored tone in the upper floor where it sets back. We have clear glass. We have a fairly off-white color for a portion of it to kind of a lighter feel to it as well. And then the window frames are essentially kind of a wood color. They're not wooden window frames, but they're that tone.
Okay, so like wood tones, but the facade is almost entirely plaster. Is that right?
Yes.
Had you considered using other materials?
We could consider other materials. We thought plaster was a nice material that doesn't require a lot of joints to it, so it's a fairly smooth surface and nice texture to it. Thought it was a nice contrast to the windows and to the balconies, which are smooth and glass.
I see. So the plaster is going to be a heavily textured.
Medium texture to it, not heavily textured, not smooth though.
I see. Okay.
And it's a softer, plaster provides kind of a softer presence to it, and that's why we thought it would be appropriate appearance wise.
Okay. The plaster is this sort of off-white.
Yes.
Color. Okay. Those are all my questions for now.
Thanks. Peter, you want to go?
I just wanted to follow up, if I could, that the sample seems to say a painted metal panel, and it's a paint sample. Am I missing something, or perhaps that's still to come?
The balconies have a 1-foot band at the bottom for structure.
Right.
So we thought that would be clad in metal. And then the metal would then, the the glass railing would key into a shoe behind that plane.
But I'm sorry, I'm just wondering if we have a sample in front of us of this cement plaster finish.
We don't. I'm sorry. I
We don't.
apologize.
Am I right in thinking that's a majority of the exterior of the building, though?
Yes. Fair enough. That's a very fair
Thank you.
point.
Thank you. Okay, a list of questions here, if I could, to the chair. This building is in the flood zone. Staff, is it permissible to have elevators and mechanical equipment below the floodplain in the parking garage here? And do they need a special floodgate of some kind on the parking ramp? Has this been
Yes.
looked into?
Yes, this project has been reviewed by the Public Works Engineering Department. It will need a floodgate. I don't have specific information about the elevators and the stackers aside from it has been reviewed.
Those are potentially significant issues, aren't they?
It's normally the actual engines or motors themselves that need to be up out of the waterways. So we've had like electric chargers before where the charger itself was, down on the surface of the garage, but the equipment was above. So that, like a hose hanging down kind of thing. So there's
Okay, I'm just flagging it as something that it seems to me is important. To the applicant, I notice Unit M is a corner unit on the ground floor as I read the plans right. I'm wondering if could you tell me, am I reading these plans right? There's a bedroom with a full height window right next to the street on the corner there. Is that what the plan is showing me? Maybe you could show up. Is it possible to put that plan even on the screen? I'm sorry, we get such small plans here. It's just really hard to read. But I wonder if you could just show me what's going on with that one unit, please. Is that possible?
Yes.
To the chair, if you'll indulge me on this, you'll see why I think this is important.
Okay.
The other one wouldn't open. I literally clicked on it and nothing happened.
Okay, we're showing you our marked up drawings.
I just want to see some sort of a floor plan showing that front corner.
It's just the ground floor plan, right?
Any one plan, they all seem to have this there.
But the question is about unit M on the ground
The
floor.
unit M on the ground floor, yes, the ground floor plan,
Do you have a sheet number possibly?
A2.1.
A2.1? It's got to be earlier.
So just to provide a little bit of context, that is planned to be the on-site manager's unit. And yes, there is.
So if you could explain for me, that bedroom I'm looking at, is a bed shown on that drawing?
Yes.
And isn't from the elevation that window floor to ceiling glass?
I believe there's a planter in front and that there's a sill there.
Okay, so I'm reading the plans correctly, that
That
is.
there is a window there. It's not from the slab to ceiling. There's a sill with a planter outside of it.
Okay, and then on the left side, on the Byron side, there's a partition wall in the middle of the window again, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure I
we
understood your plans
typically
correctly.
terminate partitions at mullion. So there'll be an intermediate mullion that partition won't hit glass, if that helps clarify.
Are you confident your elevations are correctly rendering that condition?
We did, at one point, we did have the office and the residential on different sides and we mirrored them. I believe that the elevations and the renderings are correct, but I would have to double check.
I mean the wider mullion because the wall terminates there, is that rendered that way?
I don't believe that the wall is in the renderings, the interior condition. There's a lot of flux for the unit design, so we're still working all of that out.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
We're still working on the unit design, so we haven't reflected the interior walls in the renderings of the exterior.
Thank you for that clarification. To the staff, a question regarding the way we calculate the height. My understanding is that elevator shafts and staircases to get to roofs are generally considered required to be within the height limit. Is that the case typically in Palo Alto? say you have a 50-foot height limit, that means the stair shaft can't be taller than that without exceeding. We allow mechanical equipment to go above, but not circulation elements. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, I understand that this building has got a request for extra height. I'm just trying to understand how much extra. So on a 35-foot height limit building, it would not be allowed to have a stair shaft go above that height, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Could you also clarify for me what the rules are regarding amplified sound and TVs outdoors, places like the roof deck, as you heard the neighbors express concern? What are the regulations regarding that now?
It would need to comply with the standard noise, which is in PAMC 9.10. There is a standard daytime exception to go up to 110 decibels, but that is restricted between, I think, 8 or 9 a.m. and 6 p.m.
Yeah, 110 decibels is awfully loud, but if a group were watching a
Very loud.
watching a football game or having somebody perform live music that was amplified, would that be allowed on the roof deck?
Likely, no. We would need to add conditions for other roof decks downtown. We have put limitations on amplified noise.
But there's nothing in the city ordinance prohibiting that. It's something we would condition to this project.
Correct.
Thank you, Emily. I don't want to take up more time, David, but I do like at some point, I hope you could ask the applicant. Maybe at the end of
Yeah,
questions.
I
or
think we
something.
should get
But
to that.
I'm
in
done
some
with my
general-
questions. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So I have a question to the staff for the arborist report. Is there arborist report for this project?
Yes, the arborist report is included in the plan set on sheets T2 and T3.
And typically, the tree protection zone will be 10 times the tree trunk size. Then why this one is allowed to be within the tree protection zone?
So we don't have restrictions that restrict construction in the tree protection zone. Simply, we have the tree protection zone identified, and the arborist report typically outlines what measures would be taken for any work within a tree protection zone.
Thank you. I had a question for the applicant. So I saw there are 3 trees along University Avenue, the street trees to be replaced. May I know why?
Yes, this is Paul Luthieri. Those 3 trees were designated as being in poor condition by the arborist report, and he recommended that. And that's the only reason they're being removed.
Okay. And another question to the applicant on the rooftop deck. So along the edge facing the Hamilton, is there any screening on that side, or is just the typical railing, 3 feet railing height?
Along in the center, the longest portion of the project.
No, I mean towards the middle field.
On middle field, there's a 5-foot parapet, and facing the adjacent property towards the Hamilton, there's a solid 5-foot parapet, solid portion, and it's set back from the perimeter of the project a good 10 feet.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question. Thank you.
I'd love to jump in here if that's okay. Got some questions for staff. So right out of the gate, it says that there's a rezoning that's going to happen here, that is going from a planned home zone, a PHZ, to a planned community PC. Has this been proposed? Has this been approved? Where is that?
So it's currently zoned RM20. The rezoning is to PHZ or PC. They're kind of
Either one.
synonyms.
Okay.
Well, it's the zoning code is a planned community district. PHZ is kind of a subset of project
Understood.
that's developed by council to allow PCs, which otherwise there's a moratorium on PCs except for these housing projects.
Okay. In regards to that rezoning, is this a formal application that's been reviewed, approved? Where is it in the process of this?
It is simultaneous with the architectural review.
Simultaneous.
And so I can pull up the process slide that was
That'd be great.
part of the presentation.
Yeah,
And-
so the ARB reviews planned community zoning. So the application before you today is for a planned community rezoning. And so part of that planned community rezoning is the development plan. So the Architecture Review Board reviews as part of that process. And so it goes to the PTC, it's gone to the PTC for essentially a pre-screening of sorts. And then it comes to the ARB, goes back to the PTC and goes to council.
Okay.
And so,
And again, I apologize for my unfamiliarity with this, but what is the process for that? What are the grounds that are required to be met? Is this just something they can apply for and be granted? Is this something they have to meet certain conditions to be allowed to be rezoned? That's a pretty significant thing to rezone a parcel of land. My question is why and what's going to allow that to happen or not happen?
yeah. So the findings that the Architecture Review Board makes are the same findings relevant to the development plan. There are additional findings for the Planning Commission and the architecture and the council makes related to planned community zonings, specific to the public benefits that are being offered. For example, I can pull up as we talk the findings that they would need to make, but for the Architecture Review Board, it's the same findings.
Okay. Okay. Questions about the setback reduction. This is based on the below market rates housing of the 20% that they're trying.
The council has indicated that they would be willing to consider projects that where the public benefit that's provided is the affordable, increased affordable component. Now, council ultimately has the discretion of what they feel is the appropriate benefit based on the requests that are being asked.
Okay. Sort of a nitpicky question, the parking stackers, do those qualify as tandem parking spaces or do they have a different designation?
They are not considered tandem if they are independently accessible, as the applicant was explaining. And so that's definitely something that we are ensuring, because if you do have a situation where cars need to be moved to access other cars, then those would be considered tandem.
Got it. Understood. Thank you. A couple questions for the applicant. So do we have a method for digging the basement as of now? Do you have anything in the plans for temp shoring, anything like that?
I believe a contractor has been engaged for some preliminary pre-construction review, but has not yet developed a construction logistics plan with shoring. The tree protection zone of 30 feet, though, does assume a 5-foot shoring and foundation thickness. So it's actually 25 feet of root protection.
Okay, so you can confirm that they're not going to try and use an OSHA cut at that location because of the tree protection zone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you confirm that you're not going to try and use an OSHA cut for construction and digging of that basement along that side because the tree protection zone is there?
I can't confirm that. I would have to engage with the contractor. Sorry,
Fair
not my area of expertise.
Okay, understood. In terms of the landscaping at the Oak as well, a comment was made by the landscape architect. Hopefully he's still on the call and can make a comment to this, that the existing asphalt would be remaining in place. And yet there's a deck going over that. Could you just provide some clarification, please?
Sure. Yeah, Paul Lettieri again. We're leaving the asphalt. We're putting pedestals on the asphalt, much as you would do on a roof deck, for how the deck would be supported, so we don't have to disturb the asphalt. Then the decking would be on top of it. Remember, the building is raised a bit because of the FEMA flooding, so
Right.
there is room there for a deck cross section to be able to be put on the asphalt itself, so we don't have to disturb it.
Would there be any benefit to the health of the tree to remove that asphalt and allow for natural percolation into the ground?
It's an arguable one because it's a change to what the tree has experienced for most of its life. not most of its life, but a big chunk of its life. And changing these things can be more of a problem. And there was a bit of a worry with the process of removing the material could damage the tree. So we kind of are erring towards the side of saying, let's not disturb anything there. Because the oak trees seem to do better when things don't change. And the arborist report even said that it's probably more desirable to not disturb it. He didn't object to it though in the arborist report, but the methods for removing it we just don't feel comfortable doing that.
Understood. Thank you. Two more quick questions and I will wrap up. For that manager's room on the ground floor, that is a manager's room, not a model showroom for leasees to come and walk through. Is that correct? Someone actually will be habiting that space permanently. Okay, understood. Thank you. And then last question is with the bike racks and the reviewed bike pathing. I saw the bike rack location. I did not see any sort of diagrams showing where bike pathing and pedestrian walkways would be. Again, it's something we've seen on several other projects that recent memory where they very clearly show the ins and outs of how the bicycles will get in and out of the building, how the pedestrians will get in and out of the building, how they'll move around the site. With the concerns of the local seniors, I would like to see something a little bit more focused on that. And in regards to how those bikes get in and out of this building. So unless I missed it, if it's in the packet, let me know.
No, so what you're asking for is a bicycle site circulation. Got it. Thank you. We don't have that currently. We can show that.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
I think unless there's additional questions, I'll ask a couple. I'd asked transportation to be available to us because I'm very concerned about the access to the building off Middlefield for some of the reasons that the community has discussed about the left turn. Traffic volume studies as to whether or not it's reasonable to have access to Middlefield. So could we get a count on how that traffic really works relative to the access to the building?
Yeah, I believe we have Sylvia Starlock from our transportation division.
How do you do?
Hi, good morning. Good morning, ARB members and the public. The access on Middlefield is of concern to the Office of Transportation staff because of how it might affect operations on Middlefield and University. I am stepping in for my staffer who is away. So Emily, I'm not sure if we did an actual operations analysis for this project yet, but Office of Transportation staff would really prefer a driveway design off of Byron that avoids the issues with the oak tree roots. Moving the driveway to Byron eliminates the right in, right out situation. And it appears that access off of University into Byron is that there's space for drivers turning left into Byron if they're going westbound on University. So that would be our preference. I'm also noting that that Hamilton's main driveway is also on Byron. So Byron is already supporting access to a major development like this.
Thank you. Yes. So maybe you could answer the question, though. Have there been counts on Middlefield to indicate what the situation is there right at the access point? Because traffic moving on Middlefield in the southern direction sometimes is backed up and there are lights in those areas. And there seems to me, as a neighbor of that area, it could be a severe condition.
So a transportation impact analysis is being prepared as a part of the CEQA analysis. However, we don't have that yet. It's still being drafted. So
Okay,
hopefully we'll have it before
so-
the next time it comes to ARB.
Fine, we'll wait on that then. Now, been so much discussion about the tree. Do we have an arborist that could be responding to some of the comments that have been made at this point for this hearing?
We don't have a staff arborist on hand,
Yeah,
but
should have asked before. I'm sorry.
the applicant or Urban Forestry has said that they will incorporate the recommendations from the arborist report into the conditions of approval for the project.
Okay, so we'll wait on that as well.
So
Is there some other comment?
We also, we do have the project arborist on call, if there were questions, and we can verify that with staff, between hearings.
Between hearings? I'm sorry, what does that mean? You mean?
This project's going to have to come back for a second hearing no matter what. So
Yes, okay.
if you feel like the applicant's arborist is not able to help you sufficiently, we will go back and talk to staff.
Very good. Okay. Yes, I would say, speaking for the board, well, at this point, there seems to be a ton of different reasons why that should be considered very carefully in the arborist report.
Wait, I have a quick question. Is an arborist on the call right now or no?
Okay, sorry, it's the landscape architect that's on the call.
It's the landscape.
Okay, not possible then. I wanted to ask, I didn't see any cover over the stairwells leading down to the garage on the two ends of the building. Is there going to be a cover over the stairwell, or is it open to the air?
The stairs are planned to be exterior stairs without a volume above grade, just a guardrail, but they are under the perimeter canopy that goes around the building. So there is.
Let's see. Well, I think that's all the questions that I have for the moment. So, yeah.
Through the chair, if I could have two things. One, a quick technical question. When I'm looking at the storm management plan, this is addressed to the applicant, I guess. I believe I'm reading that there's some stormwater retention areas near the wood deck at the back under the drip line of the oak tree. Am I reading that correctly?
No, there isn't.
Yeah, Paul, thank you.
There isn't, no, there aren't any stormwater treatment back there near the tree. Stormwater treatment is primarily along the street frontage. I think we have a texture in the landscape plan that shows it.
I see. So the areas with the round circles indicated, those are plants in pots.
Yes, those are shrub planting. Yeah, you'd have to probably on your plans. It's very difficult to see this texture, but the area outside that manager unit that you were talking about, those two planters are stormwater treatment planters. The ones on the upper right corner along Middlefield are also stormwater treatment, and they are recessed into the slab so that they're not very tall above grade. So we get the depth we need below grade.
Great, thank you. Just checking. That's obviously important. And through the chair, is it possible to ask the developer to explain to us why there's so many small units in this? This is a point of understanding. Do you mind doing that, Mr. Smith?
I think it's a very significant question. Yes, I agree.
If they don't mind, why?
Yeah, no problem. So part of our exploratory phases after we went to the pre-screening hearing, they advised us to look at the unit mix and to, first of all, they're actually encouraging in general of the smaller unit mix given the location. So we went back and hired a third-party consultant to look at the project and everything, and our unit mix is in large part due to that. Given this is a downtown location, but everything we've heard from people we've talked to is that this is primarily a location that would be more desirable for studios and one bedrooms as opposed to family units. So that's why we proposed it this way. We're flexible and open to other ideas. We mentioned that to the council as well, but we've been steered in the direction of smaller units makes more sense for this site.
Thank you very much.
I think we'll need you to state and spell your name for the record. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Lund Smith, Lund Smith.
Okay, I think, any other questions at all for any other? No. Okay, then we're going to close the issue on public comment and bring it back to the board to make some general comments on the project. Who would like to start it off?
Okay, I'll try to keep this brief as best I can. Well, thanks so much. Thank you to the applicant for your presentation. Thank you to the members of the public for coming out and letting us know your thoughts. It's actually very helpful for us here on the board. In general, I think a project here would be great. I'm in support of the project in general, but there are some caveats that I'd like the applicant to consider next time we see them. In general, I am supportive of the setback along Middlefield. Given that Middlefield is quite slim, it could really use some better bike improvements, transportation improvements moving forward. And I would support even a taller building if to incorporate that setback so that you don't lose your density. In general, in terms of, most of my comments are on the facade and on the building design. I do find plaster is quite a low quality material, and part of our findings are that the building needs to be of high quality materials. I'm really glad to hear that there was thought behind wanting to use earth tones and sort of, I think that design intent is really great. And I would encourage the applicant to follow that even further and bring engineered woods out there that are great for weathering. That part along the street, across the street, you've got those wood shingles, you've got a lot of greenery and foliage. And I think this building design-wise, I think needs to push into that a little bit more. It needs to push into sort of having a better relationship with nature. Currently, I think the two colors of the plaster are a bit, in some ways, I don't know that they provide the contrast and texture that you were hoping it might, because they will appear very smooth and the glass will appear very smooth and you won't get that contrast. Also, in terms of like articulation along the facade, I find that the facade's a bit lacking. There's more to be done, I think, in terms of maybe punching in your windows, giving a bit more relief. If you have these two materials, having a bit more inset. Right now, there are times when they offset from each other and times when they blend together. And so the relationship is not clear, whether you have a solid thing and you're like kind of taking pieces out and that's what's revealing that wood color or wood material or whatever it is, a warm material. But that relationship is not well defined. So the facade in itself is losing coherence in that way. And so I would very much encourage the applicant to relook at the facade in terms of providing that coherence and sort of getting something a bit more. Same thing along the ground level, along University right now, there's a lot of small scale articulation moving up there. And we're seeing, I guess one of the benefits of being on this board is that we see a lot of the new projects coming forward, and a lot of what we see are storefront, curtain wall, ground level experiences. And I understand this will be a bit different because you've got your 30-inch height raising with the planter, which I think is good, but you have to kind of consider what that ground level experience is going to be in terms of articulation. So I would actually encourage adding more articulation to that planter, to those guardrails. That experience has to be really important. It ends up being quite forgotten in a lot of the projects we see in front of us. And I would just encourage the applicant to really look at that moving forward. In terms of the tree, it does seem we're all on board with saving the tree. Tree's beautiful. Looked at the tree this morning in the rain. It's very beautiful. I would ask either the landscape architects or the architect to kind of consider structurally what adding a deck back there does. So I know right now there's a desire not to disturb the asphalt, but I do think that there will be a disturbance in adding a deck. So there's going to be extra loading on those routes on the asphalt. And so it would be good to know what that really does to those routes, if it does make sense to reconsider the treatment underneath there. Driveway access off of Middlefield. I think I'm open. I understand the concerns along that. I think I'd be open to choices, and then also a bit more elucidation on how the stackers are working, because I think that will affect your parking count depending on which style you end up using. Okay, I'm going to stop there for now. But thank you so much, and I'll look forward to seeing the next iteration.
Here we go. Thank you to the applicant. Thanks, Ozma. I agree with most of what you're saying there. I'm going to start, I've made a long series of notes here. I'll try to go quickly, but I'm going to start with the basic site planning of the building. I give you credit for pulling your building back from the oak tree. That's the right move to try to ensure the tree's success. However, I think the drive entrance from Middlefield is poorly positioned. It would be much better to come in from Byron Street. Middlefield is just a very busy street, and it'll cause backup that way. When you have a floodgate, that's potentially an issue as well. And then people will try to make a left turn across Middlefield just before the traffic light. That won't be very good. Byron's a much better way to come in. That will challenge you because you do need to stay away from the tree. So I don't know what answer that is, but I suspect it's possible. I think you need much better service loading areas, things like ride sharing pickup, package delivery. These are small units. You've got a lot of people living in this building, and you have right now zero provision for that. Where do you meet the Uber driver? On University? Do they stop and block traffic? Where does the FedEx truck stop? On Byron Street and block the traffic? Nobody can stop on Middlefield. It's just too dangerous. It's just not thought through, and it absolutely needs to be. So we need to see provisions, pick up package delivery, things like that. And I question your fundamental location of your ground floor outdoor terrace. It's great to have that amenity, and you need more like that for this building, but putting it in the back of the building, sort of adjacent to the trash pickup and the parking garage, makes it as separated from the life of the residents as possible. I agree, it's a nice thing to have under the tree if you can build it carefully to preserve the tree, which probably can be done, although take some care. But you would then want to have the building somehow related to it. Open the lobby up so you see this terrace from the lobby. Do some design moves that integrate the whole thing together. Right now, it feels a bit like an afterthought, and it's not as nice an amenity that way. I think it's critical that you and staff work together to verify that you can put lifts, stackers, things like that in the floodplain. These are rules that come down from Washington. We don't have a lot of flexibility. Generally speaking, you can't have mechanical equipment below the floodplain. I think a stacking parking device is a mechanical piece of equipment. So you want to check that. On the massing of the building itself, I find that it's somehow lacking a coherent design partie. Is it an expression of a structural frame with infill windows? Is it a monolithic block with punched openings? It seems to me just lacking an overall je ne sais quoi, some sort of sense of what the design wants to be. I say it's lacking an inspiration and visual logic. There's not, the breaks feel haphazard, the vertical slice to it, the ins and outs for the windows. It's lacking a vertical hierarchy or design rationale. It doesn't have a base, middle, or top if you want it to be more traditional that way. It doesn't have roof eaves to try to tie into the neighbor the way the buildings on either side of you, Lytton House and the Hamilton, have strong pronounced tie back to residential architecture with their roof eaves. And it doesn't really have a dramatic form that would let it stand out as some special architectural feature. It's just sort of missing some overall piece that I find lacking. And it's such an important location that you need that. It has so many balconies on the outside, they feel rather arbitrary. They're just stuck on because you have so many units inside. And again, it's just not helping with the overall feeling of the design. You have a first floor canopy you've tried to put in to wrap around the whole building. It helps visually, I suppose, to reduce the massing, but it also seems to be big enough that it's there, but it's not really strong as a powerful architectural element. It competes with vertical elements. For example, on the middle field facade, you have a recess in the building and a different change in color with this vertical element, but your horizontal piece just goes across it again in sort of an arbitrary way, I find. So I just think trying to come up with a stronger idea of what you're trying to do. I think what's really going on is it's not ultimately lacking architectural creativity as much as it is an overloaded program. You just have so much you're trying to fit into this building, so many units, floodplain issues, a big tree. You're kind of biting off an awful lot. And the facade, to me, the design just looks like that. It's been massaged to the point where it doesn't have a strong sense of architectural quality because it's got so much going on. From a functional point of view, we have to make a finding that the building has got a functional design. Again, I come back to needing better vehicle service, loading areas, things like that. That's just an absolute functional requirement for this. I think your bicycle parking is really not working. I suggest you need approximately 50% of your parking at grade, close to the primary entrance or primary building access. The way you have it with those bike parking areas deep in the basement there is really challenging for people to come in. As I understand the plans, you've got to carry your bicycle up the 3 feet of stairs to get into the building, then go down the elevator to park it in the garage, and then go back up the elevator, the stairs to your apartment. That's just not likely to happen. And yet there's just no place else. They're going to have bicycles tied to street lamps out of the street. We've asked on other projects, and I think you need to do here is have a bicycle storage room or facility of some kind that's a serious place for people to really use. That's proximate to the entrance. I have many issues with your unit layouts. I went through drawing A 5.1. I pointed out 2 of them with apartment M at the ground floor lobby. But as I understand it, you said these are still in flux. So maybe I don't need to go through that now, but about half the units Unit A1, for example, has no daylight to the interior of the unit. Unit C1 has a very odd room that's only 6 feet wide by 14 feet long on the frontage. So as I go through all this, maybe next review, I'd like to look at it carefully with you and suggest strongly that you really just look at these more carefully. You don't really want to have a bedroom against a full height glazing. You don't want to have kitchen counters against full height glazing, things like that. I find it disappointing that there's not more interior common spaces, any kind of a lounge or something, especially when you have these tiny units. It's almost like a dormitory, but without also a lounge on each floor, without a place for residents to gather and get together. It's just not humane. I agree that you have a nice roof deck up on the top and you have another outdoor space down below, but just sort of in the middle, you need some common indoor public spaces, especially when you have so many small units. So I think you should just consider where or how you might do that. Typically, it's done at the end of the hallway near the stair or something like that, but it's really lacking here. It's going to affect the livability. I think your private outdoor spaces, your balconies, I commend you for adding balconies. It's a great climate and we'd like to have them here, but they're done in a way that there's really no privacy between them. You're looking right across at your neighbor. Even if you each have your own little cantilevered glass enclosed thing, you could pass a cup of sugar across. It's so close. The outdoor spaces, the rooftop ones up above, that's shown on A2.3, you have 3 outdoor terraces outside the units. They're just right next to each other in a way that, again, the privacy between them is really lacking. I think it's just a matter of a little bit more thought going into your unit designs and how these privacy things work better. But hopefully, if you could give that more thought, that would be really great, just to see them come together better. On the rooftop deck up above, I think that you've bought into a very long linear layout. It seems to me almost at the demand of the mechanical engineers who took a block of space and then said, this is what's left. But I would think if you could think of a more cohesive space for the outdoor stuff and force the mechanical engineers to work in what's left, your building would be better. I'm concerned that you're forcing this space to be very close to the edge of the roof, and you're not leaving much space for any kind of vegetation or shading or anything like that. And then I think you should address the neighbors' concerns about sound. I support having a roof deck. I think it's a good amenity, especially in a building with many smaller units. You do need to be respectful of the neighbors and make sure that the noise isn't bothering them. Fortunately, their building is far away, and you can orient it towards University Avenue, which can handle the sound, but it's a question that needs to be resolved. Coming to the materials and colors, I share what Osmo's putting her finger on. There's a lack of richness and depth. If you consider the cedar shingles of Lytton Gardens across University Avenue, or if you consider the detailed Mediterranean design of the Hamilton House, both of those respond to sort of inherent Palo Alto ideas of residential architecture. Both are rich materials. I think that's sort of what's missing here. Looks like a painted material board. It's almost indicative of what you're thinking, that we don't even have the cement plaster here. And I really would encourage you to think of richer materials, more textures. Try to find a way to get the material colors actually to be expressive of what the materials are. The concrete, for example, could have a concrete color, have some wood in there with a wood color. Consider that you have this wonderful oak tree. Where's your inspiration from that tree? There's very little of that. This is just painted surfaces. So I'm disappointed that the colors don't have more richness. Lastly, I'd like to see a rendering or two of this corner from University and Byron, what that looks like. I don't see that in the packet, and that would be very helpful to us. So I apologize for going on so long. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Who's next? Okay.
First, I'd like to thank you everyone to come here on such a rainy day. Yeah, generally speaking, I'm support of the project like this. I like some features you provided here, like the rooftop garden and also the step down building height toward the single story buildings behind the project. But I think there are lots of improvements you can consider. For example, I would strongly suggest you to reconsider the garage entrance, because facing to have the access to the middle field will cause the congestion on the major road like this. And also, I would suggest you to add a short-term loading delivery parking spot around the building. I think it is necessary to provide such a location, especially if you have like 65 units on this property. And also for the balcony, I do appreciate you provide both the common open space and the private open space for all the residents here. Thank you. However, I would encourage you to reconsider whether all the units would need the balconies, like especially for the balconies located within the tree canopies, and also maybe all those balconies that just above the ramps to the entrance. And as far as the setback, I think I'm okay with the reduced setback on the Barron Street. However, along the Middlefield Road, I don't find strong support to have the reduced setback along Middlefield. Although the setback you provide is similar to what it is currently have. However, the current building is single story, and with the 4-story building that we will build here, I think the 10 feet is just too close to the major road, like Middlefield. That's all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you to the applicant for bringing this project forward. Thank you to the local residents for coming out and voicing your concerns today. I appreciate everyone coming out and taking the time. I fully support everything that my fellow board members have said to this point. However, I admit I'm a bit more pessimistic about this project for a couple of reasons. Is that one of them is that this feels inherently flawed in a deep-seated way. What I mean by that is we are situating this building between two senior citizen neighborhoods. And yet at the same time, we're trying to be active and lively on University Avenue. This balance has not been met. Trying to find an interstitial point as a gateway to downtown with the visual form of this building, it just feels borrowed. And I don't know how else to explain that. There's that je ne sais quoi that is missing. It feels like it's not an office building. It's not a residential building. It's kind of just nothing. It sort of falls in between all these spaces and it doesn't really hit any solid ground to stand on. So I'm really encouraging something to move forward with housing, with retail, with medical offices. But this project specifically really is sort of falling short for me. The materials are lackluster, as my fellow colleagues already said, so I'm not going to repeat that. The forms, the balconies, all of it just feels a little underthought or maybe borrowed from something else and tried to be applied in this situation, and it's falling short. I think that the traffic is going to be a big issue. I'd love to see a rethinking of this, and that, of course, will fundamentally change the entire design of your building. I think that the setback on Middlefield is, we don't have good grounds to reduce that setback so significantly. That is a major thoroughfare of Palo Alto. Every other building on that street, while they may not be meeting the 24-foot setback, they're not 10 feet from the setback. That would be an encroachment beyond the neighboring buildings. I have a hard time supporting that, especially when thinking of future use for bicycle pathing down Middlefield, especially thinking about the potential that Middlefield could be wide. Now, that being said, we don't plan projects for what could be. We plan for what they are. I don't find a significant reason for that setback to be granted. In general, the height, not a problem. I think it's compatible with the neighborhoods. As one of my fellow board members said, that they would support an increase in height so that you guys can maintain some amount of your residential density while maintaining a bigger setback on Middlefield. I don't see an issue with that. The roof deck on University, I think that's a nice thing. I think it's a beautiful feature. I understand the concerns for the noise from the residential neighbors. However, I think on University side is the most appropriate place for it. I don't have an issue with being long and linear. I get that it feels sort of surrounded by the mechanical. So those things are positives in my mind. I'm not a fan of the manager's suite on the ground floor. I think it's sort of inappropriate to have the floor to ceiling windows and this living space in an area that really is a very active corner. So I'd urge you to sort of reconsider the location of that. The sheer amount of studios and the size of them is also problematic. It does end up feeling like a dorm. And to really, again, to situate a dorm between two senior facilities feels a little out of place, feels a little out of context. Having more family friendly, again, we need the housing desperately. Really want to encourage that, really want that to move forward. But the thoughtfulness of this housing feels a little lacking. Some of the orientations of the spaces, the lack of sunlight into some of the rooms, it just, again, it feels a little out of place. Like it was brought from somewhere and placed here and tried to make work instead of digging into the design from the ground up. I've heard colleagues discuss the entrance on Byron Avenue in terms of traffic flow. I do think that that's a much superior solution than Middlefield. However, Byron's also a neighborhood, residential, a little bit quieter. And I wonder if there's a solution for a University Avenue inlet drop off. It all combines into a down basement. We've seen other local projects that have come up with pretty creative solutions for how to get people in off the street. That driver can come in and pick up their Lyft ride. They can pick up their Uber. They can drop off the Amazon packages without impeding traffic on University. The flip side of that coin is that on the back side of this project, you have that oak tree that we are contending with, right? So I understand the concerns. I understand this is a very constrained site. And now I'm telling you, push in from University, push in from the oak tree, and push in from Middlefield. It's a lot to ask. It is. And I understand that. And that's where my concerns are stemming from, is that it's a lot for this site. It's a lot for this location. And I don't have solutions for you, right? However, you have a very competent team. You guys have very good resources at hand. And I'm very excited to see what you guys can creatively come up with in terms of solutions for the next round and the next presentation. I guess my last item would be, I'd love to see the needs for next time. I'd love to see the pedestrian and bicycle pathing, just some thought for that, how people are going to get in, how they're going to get out, where they're going to get their bikes, things like that. I'd love to have some sort of idea for the plan of digging around that oak tree, whether it's a temp shoring, secant wall, soldier pier, whatever. Somebody with some thought as to how they're going to really maintain that with a little bit more concreteness as to what's going to happen along that border and to make sure that preservation of that oak tree happens. Better samples. It's going to be material quality of this building is going to be important. It is a very notable three corner. I mean, it's really on 3 streets. So you're going to see it from 3 sides of the building. These are going to be important. And then, sorry. And then last but not least, it's just the reassessment of the traffic design. And I apologize if I stepped away from my mic there. Reassessment of the traffic design in addition to those pedestrian pathings and just a rethought of how that will function. That's all my comments for today. Again, thank you for your time and efforts. Appreciate it.
I'm always the one at the end, so I get to say the least, I guess. But my cohorts here have done a great job. I'd like to actually mention something about materiality, but I don't want to get into the detail, which I think they have properly dealt with that. But in reference to the shingles on the opposite side of the street, which I love actually, and we have already approved fiber cement panels to replace those shingles. But I want to comment about fiber cement. You know, it's a material that has a detail to it, a variety of color, textures to it. And it's a reasonable material that brings the scale down to something you can almost touch and feel. And I think that most of them have been saying that this is something that's absolutely missing on this project. And I want to emphasize something that Ozma has mentioned that I think is something you really should consider, because the project, it lacks form. It's a repetition of an answer to a plan. You have a plan, now let's do the outside. So we step it back and out and back and out and back and out, and that'll give it scale. Well, I don't think you've gone through a process that's appropriate here. You really should be thinking in terms of massing and the quality of the massing and the relationship. I thought the concept of having lounges on the floor of upper floors was a terrific idea, because it really changes the scale of something in the building, perhaps creates a notch. Maybe it's a glassy element that's different than the apartments themselves. So I get the sense really, and if you think about it, the Byron Street seems to be the way in which the majority of the board would like to see this access to this site. I think the site isn't really big enough for what you put on it. This is a rather large issue here. If you were to have had the adjacent property added to this, you could solve a lot of problems. One is you could actually move some of the volume to the adjacent site and therefore have more variety of volume on the site itself that you have now. Something is missing in terms of the amount of stuff you're kind of forcing into this box. Despite the fact that there are outs and ins, it's still really just a great big box that fills the entire site. Middlefield, I live near Middlefield. I know about the traffic there. And it's, one can assume with 6,000 new dwellings in Palo Alto that the traffic could very well increase on Middlefield. I'm very anxious to hear what the traffic department says about that. But I think it's a mistake to usurp that piece of Middlefield for your entry if there would be a future bike path along Middlefield. And I'm sympathetic to that because I ride a bike in that area. And the fact that the present scheme doesn't really seem to work very well. It's cars coming out into a rather trafficked area. So to add, let's see if I could just go over some of what everybody else has said. So, the ground floor rear terrace idea that you step out under an oak tree in order to have a wonderful outdoor space for the office. Well, live under an oak tree for a while, as I do at home. It requires cleaning up every day. Acorns are incredible during certain seasons, and you will have, it will not be a wonderful place to be, despite the fact that it's a great, great tree. It's good to look at from a distance or from the top or from, but to actually have an outdoor deck at that point isn't going to be a fun place to be. I'm concerned about proportion here. You have a great big office, but you don't have proper bike access to the public areas. The bikes are, as somebody said, they're going to be in the cellar. And they will stay there. They're just not used. You really need, in a big project like this, you need access to the street. And so take a piece of the office space and make it into a bike storage where you have a ramp on the outside. You can get out easily, and or put it on the other side and turn a piece of the office back into the entry lobby or the mail room or something like that. There's really not appropriate planning of that area at all, and especially not for the bike passengers. I don't know. I think that the piece that is this better now? Yes. Oh, yeah. I hear myself. Oh, yes, too loud. So that horizontal kind of piece that covers over the canopy over the stairwells, well, it probably doesn't really provide the weather cover that you need. And if you don't need it, then you don't need it. So you collect the water inside or something, but it's not the greatest to have stairs to a cellar open like that. Minor item though. But I really don't think that just creating a horizontal line at that point is really sufficient transfer between a ground floor and an upper part of the building. It should be more of a separation of materials or cantilever of the whole structure off of the ground floor. So you lose a little space and you create a little more dynamic looking building. This is really missing, so this here. And a lot of that begins by taking a step back and redoing the form of the building in some way, creating the entry off of Byron and massing the building, and come back and think about how you differentiate the forms, because it really shouldn't be just one long form with 100 balconies on it. The balconies are all there for one purpose, because the tiny apartments need more feel of open space. That's really not sufficient reason for creating balconies, in my mind. I've spent most of my life designing supportive housing, and I hate to tell you, but some of these apartments are even smaller than the supportive housing that I've designed. The kitchens are so small that you're going to have lots and lots of food deliveries to this building. So bicycle sign roof. Well, I think the roof deck, as Peter noted here, this roof deck is a great thing, that you'll have views all over the place. I recommend that you keep the roof deck and push hard for that. That will be a place for communal experiences within the building. And I like the idea of that, but it really should be accompanied by lounges on each floor as well. So the materiality was very well addressed, and quality materials, textures, fibers. So articulation is a nice general word, but it's very important for this building, this particular building, because really there isn't any articulation here. Articulation in terms of the form of the building just doesn't make it. Tree impact, we'll wait for the tree arborist report, but I have a sense that that tree somehow should be putting a dent in the building where it needs protection and distance. And that's a form-giving piece to it that you could consider. So I'm not so concerned as the community seems to be about the traffic and admittedly that the time for construction, you'll probably take a larger piece of Byron in order to do the project. But sometimes these projects move pretty quickly, and you guys know how you've done this before, so I have a feeling that you'll do a good job. So those are I think that we in some have said an awful lot about the building, and hope that you will really go in the next step to something more exciting that we could look at, that will be something that you will be proud of because you're adding something to Palo Alto. It is such an important area. And what is the benefit here? You know, the benefit, as the council says, is that we get the affordable units. But the board here, this board, needs a really great building. And you have that opportunity. I hope you really take advantage of it.
Before we get to motions, David, I recall in our pre-meeting with staff earlier this week, they'd asked us to consider providing some sort of guidance as to how much bicycle parking should be located proximate to the entrance of a building versus in the basement. I'm wondering if you're willing to try to get some consensus from us now to do that. I had thrown out an idea of 50% of the required parking, in my opinion, should be located proximate, close to the main entrance of the building in that ground level. I don't know if you want to spend the time on that or not, but I'm just curious.
Well, I don't know, the code requirements,
Yeah, so Emily's going to bring up the code requirement that we have already. It does talk about, let's see if I do full screen. There we go. So in underground garages, only long-term bicycle parking is allowed, and such facilities must be located near elevators and stairways. So it is allowed, but certainly street level is encouraged. And so the ARB could put some more parameters around that, the way that Board Member Balte is speaking of. We also have, our transportation staff on the call if you'd like to speak with Sylvia as well.
Well, good. Let's hear what Sylvia has to say about bike parking if our board decides that this is more important on this project.
Thank you so much, Chair. One thing to consider that is happening in our community is that people have all kinds of different sizes of bikes, and we are looking to, in the future, adjust our Muni Code bike parking requirements to acknowledge that there are different sizes of bikes. So when looking at this particular project, we were noticing things like if people did not want to use the elevator, or they couldn't use the elevator to move their large box bike, into the garage, they would have to go down a very steep ramp. So things like that, I really appreciate your comments this morning, but things like that will impact bicycle usage. How steep is the ramp up? How can I get my bike? What if you want to have a trailer? What if you're bringing a toddler with you? How do you manage all of those pieces. And I feel like you all have already thought about that. And so I just want to appreciate your comments, but those are some of the things that I noticed when we were looking at this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if it, I mean, I think we've all talked to it. We don't need a motion on it, I don't think. It's so specific, Peter.
I just remember hearing Jody ask, could we provide more concrete guidance? It seems to come up on almost every project. We get all the bike parking put down in the lower level of the garage, and we say, no, put some upstairs, so they do. Why not be upfront?
Well,
So,
you know,
am I
this
right,
is-
Jody, is this what you're asking for?
Well,
Correct.
mean,
I think everyone involved, appreciates clarity, as they're putting their projects together.
So would we want to also include on the list, put lounges on each floor then, Peter?
No, I'm just asking if we want to see if all the board members would agree that some percentage of bike parking should be located on the ground floor proximate to entrances of buildings.
Okay.
So applicants know that we're expecting them to do that. And I think just a statement from each member of the board, how they feel about it, would probably be helpful to staff.
Well, there have been, you and I have made statements about it, but we can certainly poll the board.
I want to clarify, are we talking about the short-term biking storage for now or both long-term and short-term?
I think we're talking about long-term and short-term, but clearly the short-term parking is not answered sufficiently in what the code allows at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, short-term parking will always be at the ground level. It will always be near the main entrance. So it's the longer-term parking that has more fluctuation right now. And so I would focus on the longer term.
Okay, so let's do a straw poll. Does everybody agree here or disagree about the short-term parking?
I just want to, so the short term is class 2, right? So that's just those rings on the ground without any cover, and long term is the class 1. So that has weather protection and security.
In that case, if you put the bike storage on the inside of the building near a ramp, which is I think what Vice Chair Belte was saying, that would then be long-term by definition.
Yeah, I think that's the class 1 parking that we're seeing on the sheet A2.P1.
Right. Okay. So what we're talking about is putting more of the long-term parking where it's more accessible to the street.
Yes.
Do we all agree that that's a good idea?
I should let you.
Yeah, it's hard for me to say I'm fully support this idea, because if there's only portions, say 20% of them to be on the street level, then who will occupy those spaces? Is it like, so?
Yeah, I'm going to jump in. For daily bicycle commuters to get preferential treatment for those spaces, like if they're pulling their bike in and out every day versus someone who has a bike weekend date, then they can use the longer term storage in the garage. How do they designate who gets those spaces? Is it a lottery system? Is it a payment schedule? I think that there's a lot of that actually has to go into the functionality and the running of the building that's maybe beyond our purview to some extent. However, in theory, yeah, I hate that the bikes are all in the basement, right? Like there are people who commute on their bikes every single day, and going in and out of that basement every single day is a pain. Yeah, I also, if I can just take 30 seconds here, I'd also like to sort of caution against the over customization of bike storage spaces. While I understand that certain people have box bikes and certain people have regular bikes, you can't require that the architect accounts for every single choice that a person makes, whether or not that person chooses to buy a box bike versus a normal 2-pedal, 2-wheeled bike is not really up to the architect. That's not their consideration that they should have to have. So in that regard, I would say, yes, it's nice to think about, but to require that as something that the architect considers seems a little bit excessive.
I'm going to jump in here. So over the years, I've been commuting via my bike for over 12 years, be 13 soon. And over the years, my bike has gotten bigger and heavier because it becomes more useful if you can do more things with it, like going grocery shopping with it. I can imagine with kids. And yeah, I mean, I've gotten quite jaded with bike parking locations over the years because it's true, it's this forgotten location. I would advocate 100% of bike parking should be on the ground level right next to the entrance. That is what I would advocate for because I do think it'll be used. And when it's put in a forgotten corner far away from the elevator, that is going to become storage and it's not going to be used. And I think we want to encourage use. So 50% sounds nice. I'll advocate for anything. Give me anything, but I'll go for 100 if people will go for it. And I would encourage more space. People with road bikes. I mean, if you look at Caltrain and the bikers that use Caltrain, more often than not, they have panniers. They have people Caltrain with their toddlers, like they have, little toddler seats on them. Whoever made bike parking regulations, whenever they made them, they don't bike today. And so I think it's important as we're designing for the future that we consider what the future looks like.
I think this is an important issue. I'd like to make a statement that this is not the only issue here that we've been talking about. And so if we end up with a 15 minutes discussion about bike parking, I think it would be inappropriate to think of this as that significant here. However, I agree with you, Ozma. And I think that we even know by the way in which the objective study was made that the biking methods of mobility are changing daily, just about. You can see it on the street every day. So it has to be dealt with. And so, let's leave it up in the air. I think that we want to see a proper solution. And for you, architects and developers, think about the fact that this is going to happen and needs to be addressed. And let's leave it like that for the moment. I'd like to, if we could, kind of close up this one at the moment here. I think that we don't have anything more to add.
Sure. I'd like to make a motion that we continue this project to a date uncertain, subject to the comments that we've already made.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Take the roll, please. Thank you.
Vice Chair Balte,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
Thank you all. Thank you, applicants. Thank you, community, for coming out. I hope we addressed everybody's interest in this project. We look forward to the next submission.
10-minute break.
Okay, David, go.
We on here? Veronica, we're okay?
Yes.
Okay, so 123 Sherman Office Building, first formal, public hearing, quasi judicial, 123 Sherman, consideration of a major architectural review application to allow demolition of 4 existing buildings and the construction of a new 3-story office building with 2 levels of below-grade parking. This project would also require a lot merger to merge 3 existing parcels. Environmental assessment, an initial study mitigating negative declaration is being prepared in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Zoning District CC2R. For more information, contact project planner Emily Foley, Emily@citypaloalto.org. Okay, take it away.
Okay, yes, again. Oh, sorry.
Hold on.
We need to make disclosures,
Yes.
please.
Yes.
I would like to disclose that I went out to the site earlier this week, and when I was there, I met with Mr. Dan Baca, who's the maintenance manager for the apartment condominium behind this building. We had a nice conversation. He took me up to the 3rd floor of his building where I was able to look out over the proposed site for this building. And from that vantage point, it was clear to me that there's not a large impact from this building on the condominiums at the railroad. So I thought that was very important to see that. Secondly, he mentioned to me that he believes the water table is about 15 feet below the ground at this site, based on his experience worked with the building next door that was recently built. So those are both interesting pieces of information I thought I should share with the board. Thank you.
Okay.
I disclose I visited the site early this week.
I have nothing to disclose.
Okay. Working too hard. I visited the site as well, but I didn't meet anybody there.
Visited the site as well, kept to myself.
Okay, Emily.
Good morning. My name is Emily Foley. I'm the project planner. The applicant team for this project is also the same. This project includes demolition of 2 existing office buildings and 1 existing vacant single-family residence. The proposed building includes 4,123 square feet of retail on the ground floor, and for the 8,330 square feet of office space, about 35,000 of which is new office space, plus approximately 1,600 square feet of amenity space. The project location has frontages on Park Boulevard, Sherman, and Grant Avenue. It wraps the 2555 Park Boulevard office building. It is also within half a mile. It's almost adjacent to the Caltrain California Avenue station. There are residential condominiums on 3 sides of this project. It is also close to the new public safety building. It is in the CC2R zoning district and the CN comprehensive plan designation. This project had a pre-screening application early last year, but it was withdrawn before going to council. It did include a residential component. However, in order to accommodate that, it was about 50 feet tall, which was not supported by neighbors or the city. And so the application was withdrawn and replaced with this fully code compliant office building application. The site plan shows that in addition to the ground floor retail, there is some amount of ground floor parking as well as ground floor bicycle parking, as well as 2 below grade levels of parking. The setback along the interior rear side is increased from what currently exists. The existing office building is right up against the property line, and this proposes a 10-foot setback to where the excavation for the parking begins and a 20-foot setback to the building footprint. The second and third floors of the building are office, and there are some exterior terrace areas provided as amenity space for the office. These are the elevations. There is proposed to be landscape screening along the interior side. The proposed materials include perforated metal and solid metal, as well as glass. This rendering shows the existing condos that are along the rear interior side and how that massing aligns with the proposed massing of the building. And this shows the frontages on Grant Avenue and Sherman Avenue. The top one is the Grant Avenue side and the bottom is the Sherman Avenue side. This section shows the proposed heights. The proposed height is 35 feet, which complies with the CC2 zoning district, along with the elevator overrun and mechanical screening that goes up to a total of 47 feet, which again, there's a 15-foot allowance in the zoning for mechanical screening. Key considerations include the annual office limit, parking and circulation, and neighborhood privacy. There is an annual office limit on the amount of new office space that can be added in any given fiscal year. So no office space from the 22-23 fiscal year allocation has been built yet. And there is also 42,000 remaining from the previous year. And again, this project is proposing about 35,000 square feet. So there is adequate allowance to build this office. The proposed parking includes a 20% parking space reduction with 35% TDM plan, which is under review by the Transportation Department. 127 parking spaces are proposed. Some are at grade and some are below grade. The bicycle parking includes 16 short-term outdoor spaces and 24 long-term spaces in the street level bike enclosure room. There is also one off-street loading space provided. These are renderings from the plan set that show the context with the surrounding condos. And these are photographs around the site. There are limited windows facing the property, but as you can see in the upper left photo, there are two residences that are mainly looking onto Sherman, but would definitely have views towards the site. The lower left image also shows 4 redwood trees, which will be protected as a part of this project. This shows some additional views of the condos to the rear. The majority of the windows are facing interior to that site rather than onto the subject property. And so the recommended motion is that the Architectural Review Board provide comments and continue to a date uncertain. A mitigated negative declaration is being prepared for this project that has not yet been completed or reviewed. Thank you. And the applicant also has a presentation.
Could we have a presentation? Same drill.
Thank you. Lund Smith, L-U-N-D Smith. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. I'm sorry you have to hear us twice this morning. It's kind of funny. We've been working on these projects for a long time, well before COVID. Just so happens they happened on the same day today. So thank you for your patience on that. I wanted to just, so we've gone through an iterative process here on 123 Sherman, even though you're seeing us here for the first time. We're pleased with the productive conversations we have had with our neighbors and with the changes that have been made to the building and the landscaping. In large part, those changes have been made due to our conversations with the neighbors. Specifically, we began speaking with them a while ago, back in 2021, and also met with them a couple of times in 2022, including an official community meeting. We feel like these conversations have been very productive and it's helped the project be better, and it is where it is today. As was mentioned, Emily said that the project is fully compliant, and we're excited to hear your feedback today. I'm now going to turn it over to Ted Korth, our architect.
Uh-oh. Ted Korth, TEDKORTH. We have a lot of drawings. Is it 10 minutes? Okay.
Good, 9 left.
9 left.
Okay. All right. So this is a view from the corner of Park Boulevard and Sherman. On the right, there are a list of changes that we've made based on the neighborhood meetings that we've had. We've had a total of 3 meetings with them so far, the last one being yesterday. So a couple things, important things to do. We cut back the building to preserve all 4 redwood trees that are in the upper right-hand corner of this. Maybe we'd go forward here. 10 minutes is going to go by fast. Amanda? Okay. So this is basically the existing site, the different parcels that make up the site. Next one, please. And then this is the current uses adjacent to it. So in light blue are commercial at the corner there on the left-hand side at Sherman Park is commercial with a couple of residential floors on top. And then in green is the residential on 3 sides of the site. Next one. Again, different addresses, some views showing what the buildings look like from these red arrows that are on the plan. There's an existing 3-story office building at the corner of Park and Grant directly adjacent to our property. Next one, please. Again, an aerial view showing this. We'll show you in a little bit later. We've notated where the windows are. You can see them here in the adjacent residential project. The existing building on 150 Grant is literally on the property line near the long linear building, and it's about 20 feet high. Next, please. Again, there's a red line there that shows the required setbacks, 10 feet at the top, 10 feet on the left, 10 feet on the right. And then it cuts back to 0 lot line closer to Park Boulevard. You can see where that line is. Next, please. This is showing the trees that would be preserved, which is in green. Side, the trees in yellow would be removed. These are existing trash location pickup places for the residential projects, because they're interested in how this will still be serviced. Right now, currently, the trash vehicle can cut through the existing site. Next, please. Again, so there are 5 curb cuts along Sherman, Park, and Grant today. The proposed project will only have 2 curb cuts, one on Sherman and one on Grant. Next, please. These are the existing parking spaces. There are 13 on the street. The proposed project, there are 14 that will be there. This is the ground floor setback requirements. So at the top, you can see the setback at the ground floor. We have parking at the upper portion undercover. And then the building is set back on Grant beyond where the setback's required in the upper right-hand corner. The setback is on Sherman beyond where the setback's required, closer to the corner. And then we have set back the building along Park Boulevard to ease the sense of the building as it meets the street along Sherman, similar to what's being done on the existing building next to us. Next, please. This is showing the setback at the 2nd and 3rd floor. This is the 2nd floor, 20-foot setback at the back, setbacks on both sides. There's a terrace at the middle of the elevation along Sherman Ave. You can see an outdoor terrace, and that happens on the 2nd and 3rd floor. And then there are terraces with an interior setback at the middle there between the existing office building and the proposed building. And it relates to the geometry of the existing office building. And then at the 3rd floor, there's a terrace on Grant on the right side. And then again, the linear outdoor deck on Sherman. Next, please. So this is a diagram for the trash pickup. The neighbors were very interested, concerned how this would be accomplished. This diagram shows how a trash truck can drive into the building, and interior to the building, there's a loading and trash pickup area inside the building, not on the street. Next, please. These are where the two curb cuts would be. The one on Sherman slides a little bit to access our building, and the one on the right is located where the trash pickup is shown. Next one, please. And this is the diagram showing where some of the existing spaces, scoot around from the existing curb cut to where what's proposed today. You end up with 14 cars parked on street as opposed to 13. The next view is an aerial view. Maybe Amanda, you could point out there are yellow windows outlined for the windows that are part of the existing residential project. So in the upper left-hand corner, you can see some. In the far right-hand corner, you can see some. We were sensitive to that, and we've designed the building to respond to the neighbors' concerns. Next one, please. And then this is a view from the Caltrain, above Caltrain, that shows how the building steps back for these setbacks. It shows there are breaks between those residential buildings. And in those areas, we've cut the amount of window line in half and inserted opaque panels so that there would be less exposure from both sides across that gap between the buildings. Next, please. And then again, another aerial that shows how the building's cut back, all the redwood trees remain, and there's a tree cover designed to go left to right along that linear space. And our landscape architect will describe that in detail. Next, please. There's an elevation. Our building's 35 feet high. The adjacent office building on Park Boulevard is 37 feet high. So we tried to make this building contextually sensitive to that building. There's a deep recessed corner at Park and Sherman, which is the entrance to the office building. There's a landscape strip along the street. It's a horizontal expression. Our thought was that a horizontal expression would make, again, accentuate that the building is low and not a more vertical composition. Next one, please. And this is a view along Sherman. Building's broken into three segments, one at the right, the recess area in the corner with the balconies, and the one on the left. We've added more solid panels on the left-hand version because it's opposite a residential deck across the street. Changes we've made, that railing used to be glass. It used to be 3'6" high. Now it's 4'6" high, and it's a stenciled metal. These the gray panels are stenciled metal that will be opaque to provide privacy and interest and almost act as an abstract foliage behind these trees. Next, please. And this is a view along Grant. It shows one is the first two layers of that vertically are the door that would be open during use only and otherwise down all the time. You can see the existing trees and the gap between the building. Next, please. And this is a view looking from above towards the building that's being proposed. And I'm going to hand this over to Morgan to talk through that.
Hey, my name is Morgan Burke. I'm with the Guzzardo Partnership for the Landscape Architects. And as Ted said here, privacy along the backside of the building is paramount to the project. So we are providing a vegetated screen here. Our initial design idea was to provide bamboo planting back there because of the tight spatial constraints. You can see the existing redwoods to remain on the left side. Next slide, please. Here you see a time-lapse elevation. At the top is the bamboo at installation height, and then the bottom slide at year 3, it'll reach the top of the building, providing a full screen. Next slide, please. And we got through our discussions with the neighborhood, we got a great comment about could you use a native species instead of bamboo back there to provide the screen. We thought that's an excellent comment, and we actually can. Catalina ironwood is a tree that would fit back there as a tight upright canopy, and you can see on the top image that is the tree height at installation. And then at the bottom image, I believe that's year, I'm blanking on the year. It's like year 10. Thank you. Year 10. The difference here is that the Catalina ironwood, although native, is a slower grower than the bamboo, but can achieve that screening over time. Ted.
I think we're nearly done. When we met with a group of the neighbors yesterday and talked about the trees, there was one person liked the bamboo and another two people liked the ironwood. So there. I think that's it. Thank you. The neighbors have been really great, and they're really active and they're involved. But we've made, I don't know how many changes, probably 15 changes based on their input. And they were very appreciative yesterday and we got together with them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Good timing, by the way. Okay, so we've had.
Do you want to hear from the public now?
Yeah, I guess we're there. Is there a public? Anybody?
We have one raised hand on Zoom, David Huber, and another one, Patience Young. So David, I will unmute you and you have 3 minutes to talk.
Thank you.
Hello there. Hi, my name is David Huber. I'm a resident at 149 California, Suite A304, which is part of this complex that actually resides basically between California Park and Sherman. So it's the side, in fact, my unit overlooks this whole area. So I had a couple specific comments and a couple sort of general ones. The general philosophical comment to the prior development that proposed a mix of housing and commercial in the area. I was actually very supportive of the housing component. It's true that development was very large and definitely loomed over the entire complex. So got a lot of pushback. But I would say philosophically, and I understand that's not the point of this board addressing it now, but this definitely seems like an area that would be well appropriate for a high density housing. It's surrounded on 3 sides by housing. It's within a block from bus and train transit, grocery stores, the California Avenue Business District, short bike rides to both the junior high and elementary schools. So I realize this is sort of not the topic here, but I just wanted to throw that out as a philosophical comment. Now, to the specific development, my concern is a lot of attention has been paid to what we call in our complex, the phase 2 part of the development, which is the all residential part adjacent to this development. And as the team has been saying, they've been addressing comments from them. It doesn't appear there's been really a lot of thought given to the impact on the people directly across the street on Sherman. We have 5 units that directly overlook the unit. And in fact, the way the units are configured, in my unit, I have bedroom windows that overlook and living room windows that overlook. And that's pretty much the bulk of my outdoor viewage from my unit. I can definitely say this development will be a significant impact on both sightline and daylight plane. And I appreciate that the team has given access, given thought to what's going on the other side, but I didn't see any indications of the windows of the units that were overlooking from Sherman. And I think the architectural board needs to give more consideration to the impact on these units on this side. It's very easy to sort of push us aside in saying that we're part of a commercial residential part of that development. The commercial sides, the commercial part is on floors 1 and 2. They have very little viewage out to the Sherman side, but the residential units on the 3rd and 4th floor, those are the only windows we have. And so we are definitely impacted by this development, and privacy will be a real concern. There didn't seem to be any addressing of street trees and or any other screenage to keep people from looking into our bedrooms. So I would like the ARB to definitely take that into account. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, a second.
Yes, second speaker, Patience Young. You can unmute yourself.
And 3 minutes.
You have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. I'm also a resident of the community. The last slide that we looked at with the backside view from Grant Avenue, there's a transformer box, and the architects have told us that the specifications for those transformers come from the city. So my inquiry is, how can we be assured that whatever noise and hum from that transformer box is controlled and modified and minimized, because there are people who will be living right across the fence from it. Also, we applaud the architects for making many changes in our requests, and one of them was putting the garage garbage trash pickup into the building. And in doing that, they moved one parking space further into Grant Avenue. And there are people who live at that end of that of the community who are concerned that the Grant Avenue end that meets our buildings accommodate pickup, drop-off, deliveries, Uber, Lyft pickups, so that there's sufficient turnaround space. So that parking space may not be well situated for that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. That's all.
Yes, that's all our public speakers.
Okay, does the board have some questions they would like to ask the city or the applicant? Yes.
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll start. Yes, thank you. Some questions. Is there a visible soffit on the ground level, on the street level? I see the green walls, but is there like a soffit material? Is it the white material? Just wanted to confirm.
It's currently planned as white outdoor, sheetrock, cement board for that ceiling.
Cement board.
Cement board. Okay. So it's a
anyway, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
no. I just want to clarify. So it's a white metal panel fascia, and then that turns to a white cement board.
It would turn in, yes, and then after it turned, there'd be a reveal, and then it would become a smooth plaster ceiling. I know you don't like plaster.
Okay, so it's a plaster ceiling that's white. Okay. And then in terms of the perforated metal elements, what color will they be? Is there color
We're
here?
thinking it's a warm gray color.
Is that the second? Is that guy?
Yes. And we did a similar panel on a project recently, only, different pattern, but we did a stencil with a laser cut stencil it was an abstraction of foliage, and it gives kind of a nice shadowy effect to it. And it would be probably 2 layers with a gap in between. We did it on a project in Sunnyvale at 520 Albanor, which was with Corten finish. And it adds a lot of depth and detail and kind of an abstract reference back to the leaf pattern. And thought that would be a nice thing.
What was the address? 520
Almanor.
Almond.
ALMANOR Boulevard.
Thank you. Okay, so just to clarify, the design intent for the metal panel, is it going to be a similar thing that you just described where it's 2 layers with different?
The one that you'll be seeing is on actually on a parking structure, and it was part of the public art program for that project. So we came up with an idea of a foliage abstraction that this wouldn't be the same as that, but it would give you an idea of the depth that would be possible. There would be a second layer behind this because it's sealing interior space.
The foliage abstraction is done with circles.
No, it's in a kind of a very random, irregular pattern deliberately so that it's not geometric. More of a natural texture.
I see. Okay. And in terms of the rhythm of them on the facade, I heard that at least for the facade that's facing the Caltrain, there was a privacy element that indicated the rhythm, but for the other sides, what was the design intent for the rhythm on the panel?
The idea was that the floors would be defined and there would be more of a sense of movement on the upper levels. And so it wouldn't be a rigid rectangular pattern. It would be almost a sporadic or irregular pattern of where they would be located, to kind of add some just some softness to the facade or some movement to the facade.
Okay, so there isn't anything otherwise external that they're responding to on the other
No.
three facades? It's just the
No.
intention is to feel random?
Yes.
Ish, okay. What color is it the loading dock screen?
Yes. Green.
Is that
a green? I don't know if we have that in our sample board.
that guy?
Yeah.
The drawings say base color, but the
Lower right-hand corner. I think we need to get big panels and get the real color and look at it in a mock-up. A 3x3 piece of metal is really hard we always build a big mock-up before the final color, and usually we invite people to come and see it. And it's very hard to do it in a small scale, and I have a hard time. Color's something that needs a lot of attention at full scale samples to really comprehend.
Yeah, in the past we've received bigger sizes, and then is it sort of is it a powder coat?
Yes.
Metal finish?
Yes.
Green. The intent is to kind of match the other green walls. Is that right?
Well, so on the building next door on Park and Grant, there's a green wall at the base of that, which is concealing their parking.
Mm-hmm.
We introduced a living green wall adjacent to the lobby in our project underneath that softened area.
Yep.
And then there's a section of the same green colored perforated panel just to the right of the lobby, which is on the area between our building and the adjacent office building. You can see that in the rendering, I think. So there's a green, it's a backdrop for landscape. There's a planter in front of it. I don't know, we could.
Just want to make sure I have it right.
No, that's fine.
Great.
Even the air. So on the right, you can see the green base of the adjacent building. And then there's an opaque area on the wall there. So we've proposed the same green stenciled pattern there that would be on the loading area. And then this one actually has a layer of planting in front of it as well. So it's another green wall. And then the one beneath the overhang would be a living green wall that's a very manicured interpretation of a green wall.
Okay, so the one on the left is the living green wall, and the one on the right is just the perforated metal screen with no planting on it.
With planting in front of it. So below it,
just on the ground, but nothing climbing up the walls.
Could climb up the walls.
What's the planting intent? Is there
we could
plants
ask
that
Morgan.
climb
I don't know
it?
what he specified for that.
No, I think it's low shrub planting just to continue the character that you're seeing on the neighboring property. But to Ted's point, we could grow something up on that wall right now. It's just foreground planting in front of the building.
Okay. This is very helpful. Okay. Just want to make sure I go through all of these. Okay, I think those are all my questions for now. I may have more afterward, but thank you.
In the same vein, if I could follow on that, I didn't understand the loading dock entrance off of Grant Avenue has a living wall treatment on the door.
I think that's the metal panel. I don't think there's a living wall there.
So
that's a green, it's the same, is it the same green metal stuff that's happening on the ground level
Yes.
on Park?
Yes.
So
But there isn't.
What is that?
Stenciled, it would be a sandwich of a stenciled panel in the front that had holes cut in it in a regular pattern. That's the same idea for the gray panels on the floors above. And then there'd be an air gap with a solid panel behind it. And so it has depth to it, but it's ceiling space. It's possible that the upper portion of that could be open without the second layer so that ventilation could occur through the wall. But it'd be a panel that's got depth and stencils cut out of it. It's not planted on Grant because the first two layers of you see there are 3 horizontal panels. The first 2 are an operable door that will be open when they're servicing the trash or for loading. Details aren't completely resolved at this point. And there's an image of an inspiration image for these panels.
Is the design intent to mimic the appearance of a living wall?
The idea would be that it's an abstraction of planting, and I know that's a wide open range of what that could be. The project in Almanor that we did is a good example of that, it's similar to this, but that would be the idea. It's not a literal interpretation of an image. It's more of an abstraction with depth, like a tree would have foliage or planting would have depth to it. It's a little esoteric.
So sorry, just one more time to clarify. So the image, so below what we're seeing here, there's an actual pattern identified as pattern B10. So is this not the actual pattern that will be there?
I think that we would probably develop the exact actual pattern on our own. This is an inspiration. It's almost an artistic panel in a sense, but yes, I guess that's the best I can do. That's the intention.
And the panel behind, you said the solid panel behind the perforated metal, do we have a material for that? Is that just a white?
It would be the same color.
It would be green.
But it would be set back, say 3 inches, couple inches, so that you get the sense of depth to it. It could be a contrasting color to further emphasize the pattern on the foreground too.
I see. Okay, so not 100% defined yet.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, true.
That's good to know.
Any other questions here?
I have a few.
Okay. Go ahead.
Pretty short this time. In regards to the water table comment that Peter brought up to the applicant, do you guys have a geotech report for the site? And have you guys done a piezometer study or anything, a hydrology study of the water table and its limits?
Yes, our contractor could answer more of those questions, but we've definitely done a thorough analysis of, the depth of the water table, the geotechnical report, and we're confident that we can go down the level that we proposed here in the underground parking garage. Obviously, there needs to be coordination with Public Works and all that to pump the water out, but yes, we're confident we could do it.
Okay. And then a quick question in regards to the fitness room. I am happy to see the bikes on the ground floor. That fitness room, is that all glazing to be the exterior side? Since we can't quite see the fitness room from the exterior elevations, it looks like there's exterior pathing around it, or somehow it's in the parking garage. Could you just clarify what those walls are for the fitness space?
Yeah, typically in a parking garage, we'll have a plaster finish on the walls because they'll be, exposed to the exterior. But within the fitness space itself, I think there will probably be some glazing to provide a little bit more natural light. We haven't really defined the design of that. It's more just about the program of having all of that long-term bike storage and the fitness amenity, as well as showers within that area.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, another question. I hate to have you guys jumping up back and forth here, so I apologize for the exercise this morning. The HVAC screen is noted at being 12 feet tall. The roof ends at 35 feet and the screen ends at 47 feet. Is that accurate?
Yes, so that's basically the worst case scenario, which is what we do to help define the massing and not have to come back later and ask for additional height. So we did work with a mechanical engineer to develop 3 different mechanical schemes, and that reflects the worst case scenario of the equipment plus a pad height to be able to screen all the equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Can I clarify the HVAC screen? Sorry, go ahead. HVAC screen material, is that?
Yeah, do we have any material for that?
And color?
Great questions.
For the HVAC screen, we typically do either a lighter gray or a medium gray that kind of disappears. It would probably be similar to that top middle. It might be a little bit lighter than that. And we would propose a cement plaster, and that's an open screen. It's just screening the equipment itself. It's not penthouse area.
Yeah, and I would just say that there's a lot seems to be hinging on the perforated metal panels. So I think I think we've sort of asked those questions a bit. And so as far as this is, it's still in flux. You guys are going to come back with a little bit more refinement to what exactly that panel is, how it's going to be spaced apart, and the colors. Is that accurate? Is that correct? Okay, perfect. And I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I have one more. I'm sorry. I just saw my own notes. The height of the front building that's not your property. Do you have that offhand? 37 feet. Okay, perfect. And then your interior courtyard is at that terrace is at the second floor level. I'm trying to understand what the shading and shadow effect will be on that interior courtyard terrace. Will it get sunlight?
The terrace on Grant is at the 3rd level. And the terrace that's internal at that inbound corner is at the 2nd level.
Correct. The internal terrace. So basically that's going to have 2 stories above it on 3 or 4 sides?
On, 2 sides from our building, 1 side from the neighbor building.
Understood.
It would definitely be in shadow at some point, but honestly, someone like me would prefer the shadow.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you for the clarification.
The sun's pretty brutal, especially on my head.
Thanks for hearing me, Board Member Chen.
I have a couple of questions. So first is I want to, could you please clarify the floor to ceiling height for the retail on the ground floor?
Yeah, currently we're proposing floor to ceiling glass for the retail. Promote.
No, I mean the ceiling height.
Oh, I'm sorry, the ceiling height. The floor to floor there is 10'6", and we're hoping to get a 9 foot. It'll be 9 foot to the soffit, and if we can, we would keep the 9 foot for the ceiling height. We may have to step down to 8 foot inside, depending on which structural scheme we move forward with.
Okay, so 8 foot probably with the mechanical above.
Yeah.
Okay. And another question is, could you please explain why you put trash loading on the ground while all your trash rooms are on the Sherman side?
That's a great question. The last round before we incorporated the loading and trash, which is a really recent update, we had staging and loading of the trash on Sherman. And so those 2 enclosures were directly on Sherman, and basically as close as we could get so that we could stage on the curb. And there has been some discussion about potentially relocating those. I think that's certainly open for feedback. I think if you were the person working there, moving the trash, you would probably want that. So it's mostly about how to lay out the program, that garage.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And one more question on the elevation. So on the exterior elevation along Park Boulevard, is there a designated building signage place on the third floor as your elevation shows?
We have some placeholder future tenant locations. I think that was something that was requested by planning. And specifically what we've identified in the planning submittal is the approximate areas that would be allowed. The locations are just a placeholder for now, and they would be developed within a master sign program.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have one question is, I think I saw a note somewhere in the text about the location of the plume in this area. Is it correct or incorrect that it is within the plume? It is? Oh, Emily, yes?
Yes, it is in the COE plume.
Okay, so how is it proposed that the basement level is, how is the building protected from the plume? Is there a methodology for protection? Okay, yes.
So we have an environmental consultant we're working with heavily on this, and so we're going through the process with the county to make sure we're actually voluntarily going and cleaning it up. So as part of digging out the underground parking garage, we will be mitigating any of those impacts. There's different things you can do, soil vapor barriers and other things like that. So it very much will be involved with the county to make that decision. But yes, we're very aware of that.
Part of that. Okay, thank you very much. Just another kind of general question is you've decided on retail on the ground floor. And of course, we're a couple of blocks from California Avenue. What kind of retail is intended for this location?
I actually appreciate the exercise.
Okay.
Should
have let you stay up.
It's an interesting question. One thing that we still would like to engage the neighbors with is actually what type of retail they would like to see. So that was part of the conversation that we had with them back in 2021, kind of refocused on other things that they were more concerned about. We're open to ideas. It's kind of a unique location, not a great location for retail.
No. Mm-hmm.
Truthfully, we wouldn't like to be retail because, but as part of the zoning code, we have to be retail there. So we're open to ideas. We want to make it a vibrant, cool spot, but we want to be creative about it. Open to your ideas as well.
Yeah, just to clarify, it is in the retail zoning overlay, so it's CC2R.
Yes, yes. And that requires for approval for them to show this as commercial that way then, huh?
Yes, they're required to have ground floor retail.
Okay, so I hope I don't have to make you stand up again. But in terms of the neighbors, all of those neighbors that are kind of immediately behind you at the back of the building there have pretty much signed on to what you're planning on for planting and privacy and et cetera. How does that work?
I don't think it would be fair for us to speak on their behalf. They've been meeting. They've been really helpful and they've had some really good suggestions. I think that they were a predominant number of them were more interested in the native species of the planting back there, but they also admitted that they were not the direct neighbors adjacent to the property line that would be the most impacted. And the neighbor, her name was Marcia, that is directly on that property line. She, I think, favored the timber bamboo potentially because it grows faster. So I think that that's still in discussion. We certainly want your feedback. We certainly want theirs. I think we do plan on taking some of the comments that we heard from them yesterday and incorporating those into the plan. So I would say it's an ongoing discussion.
Thank you.
One more quick question about the bamboo being proposed. Is it a running or a clumping bamboo?
It's clumping.
Clumping, perfect, thank you.
Sorry, one more question. Is it type 1 building, concrete? Yep. Okay.
Okay. I think that's it for questions. We're done? All right, let's,
Sorry, I should clarify. It'll be a concrete slab. It may be a concrete framed, or it may be steel framed, but it will be a type 1B probably.
Thank you.
okay, here we go. Who's first? Peter?
Sure. I'd like to make a quick comment because there's been so much neighborhood commenting about why isn't this a residential building? If you read through all the feedback to us from the community, everybody wants it to be housing, and it would make a fine site for housing, but the site is zoned commercial. We just can't change the zoning, certainly not from here. And that's as far as I think I can go with it. It's zoned commercial. These guys bought the land to build on it that way. So I think the site layout is really good. It's very logical having parking coming in from both sides the way they've done it. Having the building entrance both sides plus the corner works well. I think the pedestrian corner at Sherman and Park is wonderful. The way you have that recessed ceiling under the building with the greenery all around is really nice. I think having that additional entrance on Grant is really great. I'm just really excited about all that. I think you have a minimal impact on the residential buildings behind you and nearby. You've stepped back such that you're actually giving them a lot more breathing room. Right now they have a 20-foot tall concrete wall right at the property line. You're, as I read it, 20 feet away, putting in a lot of plants there. I don't see how that's not a heck of a lot better. So I really think that's good. I was concerned that'd be too much impact through windows or things like that from the neighbors, and I just don't see it. I think that the neighbors really are marginally impacted that way. The only place I think you might want to focus a little bit more is on Sherman after your parking garage entrance. There is one unit with a ground floor living area and a little outdoor patio there, and you're actually removing a tree there. That warrants some additional landscaping to help buffer their privacy issue. I don't think it's a big deal, but it's something you should focus on. I think the overall massing of the building is good, although I'm a little bit concerned that you have a very long roof eave line without a whole lot of variation in it in reality. I think that isn't as good as it could be. If you look at the adjacent building where they've got 2 or 3 different massings and styles of architecture, it I think is a little more successful. It'll be most noticeable on the interior courtyard or the back elevation that you really can't see. But I'm looking at drawing R1B, is that right? Yes, so to my colleagues, if you look at R1B, this is the corner from Sherman and Park. If you look at the adjacent building, the way they treat the massing, it's a little bit more broken up. And this cornice line with the yellow and white band is pretty strong and continuous. Combining that with the 2 other horizontal bands, I think it would be better with a little more variation somehow. When you pair this with the fact that the whole building is actually treated this way, it's a little bit too monotonous, I think. If you look at drawing A 3.1B, I think it reinforces that again. Yeah, these are elevations you don't see too much, but the same thing. Similar to the last project, but with the same architects, I think the materials could be a little bit richer. There's an over-reliance, I think, on painted metal panels. If you look at the cornice detail, that's sheet A810 detail 3. It's really just 2 aluminum pieces that are painted. A slight reveal for the yellow piece recessed further back, but I'd like to think you could, I don't know, maybe get a soffit that's a different material. If you think of the soffit at the main pedestrian corner entrance on Grant and Park, if that soffit had a wood paneling on it, it would be a heck of a lot nicer for the pedestrian experience than the painted material. I won't say I'm concerned, but I'd sure like to see more detail on how you're going to do that metal screening panel for the parking garage entrance. And I think the building along, the panels along Park really ought to be actual landscaping. I think that panel idea is more appropriate on something like a movable door where you don't have a choice. But I think the landscaping will be a lot more successful, and certainly has been very successful in the adjacent building. I recall when we approved that, we went through quite a lot of discussion about what was an appropriate pedestrian experience material, and the landscaping seems to have been successful with that. The metal panels, I think, are also a little bit too much. You're relying on them too heavily on your facade, and just becomes, as nice as they might be, it just becomes too much of this laser cut panel effect. So I'd like to see a little more variation somehow along the line of that. So I'd like to see more expression of the materials, less focus on just the color for the materials of the building. So overall, though, I can easily support this. I think it'll be an attractive building. Thank you.
Want to go?
Sure, I'll jump in here. Again, thank you for a presentation. I know it's been a long day for everyone, and especially you guys going back to back with your presentations, and appreciate your significant contribution of time today. My final comments, I'm going to keep them short if I can. Being an architect is very difficult, and today is a perfect example of that, where you have one project that the housing is being presented and people don't like the housing. And then this project you tried as a housing, and then they don't want the housing, and now it's an office, and they're asking, why isn't it housing? So I have a lot of sympathy for those moments where you guys have processed this forward and you guys have tried to push an agenda or not an agenda, a plan forward, and it was unsuccessful. And so you pivoted and tried to move forward with this one. Now we hear that the feedback is saying, well, we want housing. I'm in agreement with Board Member Volte, where this is a commercial zone, and it makes perfect sense that it's an office building located close to public transportation. So people can take public transportation, not only to leave their houses, but to also get to their offices. So that's something that's worth considering. While yes, we love houses, we want more of it, and we want them near public transportation, we also need some of these office buildings to be near public transportation too, so that once they leave their house, they can actually get to the office. Because if all the offices are far away from public transportation, what's the point? So on that regard, I think that this is a nice building. I think it's very well thought out. I like the traffic issues going through the two side streets. I think your curb cuts are clever. They're well thought out. They're well laid out. I appreciate the corner exposure, and especially sort of having that tucked in moment at that ground floor to really sort of invite people into that space. As far as the aesthetics and material, I do think that the metal panel needs to be a little bit more thought out. I've worked on projects where we've done metal paneling, laser paneling, hotels in Oman and Tunisia specifically, where the buildings very heavily relied on that laser cut portioning. I think it can be a very successful design. My issue here is that it's mostly glass, and then sort of when you feel like it needs to happen, there's sort of a metal popped in. And I would just sort of like to have a little bit more rhyme or reason for why the panels are where they are, why they're shaped the way they are. I admit I'm very excited to see a concept of this dual panel and how that sort of depth looks, and whether there's a different color variation or if it's a material. I'm excited. I want to see what you guys come up with, and I want to sort of get that a little bit more planned out and detailed. But just long and short, I think that it's a great idea. I just want to see it thoughtfully executed. The retail, I think, is great. We're always asking for more retail, coffee shops, things like that. I know it's a difficult location because it is sort of off the main drag there. However, it would good idea. Fully support that. That north corner stairwell, that's the one portion of that building that sort of pops out to the side where the residences are. I noticed that it was sort of a big blank wall, and then the ends were both open, and I assume that that's to sort of prevent privacy to the residences. I just want to make sure that big blank wall is pretty, whether it's a metal panel or it's some type of growing or something there, just because it is going to be sort of the closest element of this building to those residences. Make sure it's got some thought to it, some neighborly aesthetic. I love the setbacks. I think that was really nicely done. My 2 cents on the species is I'd probably go for the native, just for what that's worth if I had to vote. So just throwing my 2 cents in there. And then my last comment is really the rear facade. I think that the rear facade is just, it falls a little flat for me. I mean, I know it's not really visible, it's, but it's just this one really long, uninterrupted flat plane. So I really would love to see a bit more variation there, a bit more texture, something. Even though it's sort of the least of your concerns facade. And I understand that we always say there's always an ugly side to a building, but it's just uninterrupted. So I'd like to see something to sort of break that up a bit. Now, if you guys will indulge me for 1 minute, I do have a comment. We did read through all the public letters. They were emailed to us, given to us in our packets. And one letter in particular stood out to me that I would just like to make sure I put on record. I have a thought on it. There's an accusation made that the staff was either mistaken in some information they presented to this person, and a possible accusation that they were outright lying. I find this troubling that that this comment was made towards our staff who diligently work hard every day at the jobs that they do. I would like to just formally say I fully support our staff and what they do here, and I appreciate all of your hard work and efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for your application. In general, I'm in favor of this project. I do appreciate you open up the street corner on the street level, and I like the green wall and the landscape design for this project. But I think there are some improvements that you can make the building even better. And along on the two side elevations, I think you can reconsider some solid wall locations or some screening options so that you can provide better privacy to your neighbors. And for the retail, I think on the ground floor, 8-foot ceiling is pretty low for this size of the retail space. And maybe also the fitness center. I hope you can reconsider about maybe increase the ground level ceiling height. And minor things about the bike parking in front of the retail. I know people mentioned that it is always preferred to have the bike parking just at the door, but I think is it necessary to be just off the entrance? I'm not sure, because for retails, maybe lots of times they also want to use that place for some outdoor display. So I would suggest you to reconsider some street biking storage space. And as far as materiality, I agree with my colleague. I would like you to rethink to add some richness to the materials, especially like the banding, the yellow and the white banding, maybe add some depth and more details to that. And I think that's all my that's all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you to the applicant for your presentation, and thanks to the members of the public that spoke. I agree with most of what was said by my fellow board members, and I might hammer a little harder maybe than they did on some things. So on the housing, it's funny, yeah, that was my first thought too. Why isn't there housing here? I will remind our board that we had another project come in front of us that was also not zoned for housing, that we were also pushing for housing, that we ended up acquiescing to the zoning that was there. But this would be a great place for housing. This question, I sort of regret not asking it, but one could still have a development like this where you have one level of office and then maybe housing above it. And maybe there's a way to design this building for future proofing in case more housing could get added later on, in case zoning changes and heights are allowed to get higher. The way that this building is currently designed would be a great base for something to come above it. So in that vein, I know that you guys have been through a long process, but don't give up. It'd be great to see housing here, and this is a great place for it. And there's a lot of good neighbors. I might encourage, something that I'm sort of struggling with this project. And the other one was more of a sustainability story about this design. Office buildings take up a lot of energy. This building doesn't appear to have any operable windows for passive ventilation. So I would encourage operable windows. I might also encourage mass timber. And we see a lot of like concrete is kind of, I want to say like in the future, it's just not as sustainable as mass timber. And if you're doing something that is like this project, where you're doing a core and shell, mass timber would add a bunch of warmth and richness. I mean, I see on A10.1, you've got these conceptual imagery of wood, which I love, but it's not coming through in your design. If that is your design intent, the execution isn't following through. And so I would encourage you to consider a type 4 mass building way of moving forward. In terms of the massing, I would agree with Board Member Balte that the elevations do appear a bit relentless and in terms of sort of a long, steady, unchanging form. I do think there are ways to mitigate these things. Fins, shading elements that protrude, even having balcony elements, having outside spaces for your office tenants that look onto Park, that look, those might be nice ways of modulating the facade to, and even the parapet, I am talking about future proofing, but the parapet could also use a bit more modulation in terms of just adding more visual interest. It does seem a bit too plain, especially given the adjacent buildings that have fins and that have things that sort of add to pedestrian interest. Speaking of pedestrian interest, the retail location is not the right location for retail. Your retail needs to go up against Park. The office entrance can be inside Sherman because everyone has to get to the office, right? But that retail is going to be hidden. No one's going to see it. We want it to be successful, right? If you have to have it, you want it to be successful. And that retail needs to come to the front. I think there's that aspect and the height. I would agree with Board Member Chen that retail needs to be 14 feet minimum to ceiling to feel good. So these are some basic things that I would very much push you to consider. And I would also, on top of it, to push you consider not just to make it a curtain wall retail facade, add something that, creates character on that street that's not just a glass curtain wall. We're seeing that a ton everywhere. I don't want my future to look just like glass curtain walls everywhere on the ground floor. The green walls are amazing. I love it. I was really disappointed to hear that the main one on Park Street is not actually a green wall, especially when the one next to it is. So I would very much encourage that one to be a real green wall to the extent that you're able to. And I can sort of understand the perforated metal screen in the back being not really green. I would agree that there is a lot of heavy lifting happening on the middle screen panel. I'm a fan of the idea. I think in theory it sounds really nice. It'd be really great to see it. And maybe also see what it can do to modulate your facade, not just in that plane, but in another plane as well. So that looking down the street, you're getting some variation versus just an elevation. Wood soffit, big fan. I like that suggestion. I thought about that as well. I'm sure you thought about that while I was asking about it as well. Just something to add warmth. There's a lot of cold colors here, and I see that that's not in your design intent. You've got some greenery and you've got some wood intents, but what's happening in the execution with the so the palette in itself is not helping you in achieving that. And it'd be really great to see that. Okay, what else? Materials. I believe I hit on everything for the most part. I do think I would support a project like this if we could see some of those changes. I think there's a lot of great opportunities in front of you and I think there's some seeds here that just need to grow a little bit more. So that I'll end my comments there. Thank you.
Uh, Yes, I just in general support the massing of the building. I think it addresses each of the streets pretty well. Certainly Sherman with a notch in the middle is a good one. I definitely think that the retail is a hard sell where it is. And I appreciate the green walls and repeating what the previous neighbor has done. I actually like the idea of sort of the privacy issue being addressed by the perforated metal elements that you're inserting. Seemed like a sensible idea. In reference to what Vice Chair Bolte said about the size of the length of the long wall there. Actually, if you take a look at it in plan view, you see it's about the same as what you would see if you took that view from your neighbor's side. So it's not any longer than that piece of the facade. But I do feel that an opportunity is kind of lost here, and sort of taking what Commissioner Thompson said, that I could imagine you could create a much more interesting corner up above if you actually made a small balcony at that corner, and it became kind of the place for the internal offices to take a step out, get some fresh air, look up and down the street. I won't say smoke a cigarette because I just don't believe in that. Take your coffee cup out there and go have a drink. But it might make a really dynamic corner and break up that facade. And it is the major corner in your building here, that you have the major elevation and it opens up below. So what you could do with that corner is an exciting possibility. I have an issue also with the sort of the detail, this kind of fussy yellow band, and you look at the detail of it. I'm not sure at what page, but you just need some more work on that. You know, it's hardly a strong element in the building. It just looks like it was intended to be something, but ended up not really being something. Not quite sure how you do it, whether you make the whole entire top of that into this similar shape, but it just doesn't make it in my image, my imagination. It will be insignificant. The rear elevation, it's all kind of functional. So I think that the patterning of it, basically by using the perforated metal elements, will be breaking it up. I really like the little interior courts, even if some people don't want to be there during the hotter periods. It's certainly good during other periods of time. You know, those little balconies add a lot to breaking up the mass on the inside. But I don't, you know, I listened to the comments about the retail and, you know, it's kind of one of those unfortunate things. The zoning kind of forces you into it. You would say that, well, why not put the commercial right there on the corner? Well, then you lose that wonderful entry idea and the green wall, et cetera. So there's you lose either way, right? It just doesn't work. You really want the office entry to happen there and the activity of coming to work and the excitement of that entry. I agree with Commissioner Chen that the first floor height just does not work. I don't know how you answer that with the height limitations that you have on the building. It seems like it's a real conflict, but you really do need a 14-foot ceiling height there for commercials to really be reasonable. I think that other than those comments and the few comments that we've had, you know, that I think the comments have been good, but that this is going to be a very successful project, and it has all the feelings of a proper successful project as a office building. I think people know office buildings pretty well who are working on this one and have done an excellent job overall in planning, certainly in respect for how you use the offices, in taking care of the parking in a way that is appropriate, in dealing with the neighbors, all of that stuff is difficult to go through. And I think you've done a really good job of it. But I think also some of the comments on the board has made here are really quite applicable, and hope you can improve it somewhat next time you come.
I have a quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
Do you have a quick follow-up?
I would just like to go on record that I agree completely that the ground floor is too low. You need a taller ceiling height for the retail space to be successful, and you need to take it out of the office ceilings. There's more than 10 foot of office space ceiling, and that's what's got to give, I believe. Yep.
So I have another comment, just on the facade, and I mentioned I have a little bit of a gripe with curtain walls, but I would encourage the design team to consider sculptural elements of solid on the wall as well. I think in plaster that might even look nice, but to kind of add more to the facade in terms of not just curtain wall. And I don't know if my fellow board members agree. I think I also heard me and Chair Hirsch maybe disagree on the location of the retail in terms of, I think it really needs to be up against Park. So maybe that's something we all need to weigh in, because I don't want to give the applicant conflicting feedback.
Yes. How about that?
Sorry?
Can we take a little
Straw
survey
poll?
here? Yeah. What do
Just
you
on
think?
the location of the
Yeah,
retail?
the location of the retail. What do you think?
Before you jump into that, I wonder if we could get staff to chime in. I mean, I understand the city council said this has to be retail. I don't think anybody thinks retail is actually going to work here.
That's not true. I disagree with that. I think retail could be successful here. I would also voice support of Osma's concept that you just sort of flip-flop those two. That corner is successful. I don't really want to change the corner, but with that retail coming out towards that front facade, I think would make a difference, and it would make a better impact. The office you have to go to regardless.
Could I hold this a second? What is the requirement for it? How much retail are they required to have?
I can pull that up. The retail shopping combining district allows only retail or retail-like commercial developments on the ground floors. So what's currently proposed is the lobby to provide access to the upper floors for the office, and then retail space and parking.
And I'll also just let the board know that there is a pizza place, just down the street, French restaurant, like that. There is reason to have retail and commercial along that corridor.
There's also additional housing that's going to be coming in, just to remind you that the 231 grant project is very close by as well, and is going to have a lot of housing. I think it's like 100 units or just over.
When you say retail-like, what does that actually mean?
We have a list. It's mainly eating, drinking, and service-oriented commercial.
Some commercial recreation type uses fall into that as well. Personal services, things like salons could fall into that. Things like Orange Theory could fall into that.
Right now, it's a few, I think there's some salons in the adjacent building as you go towards California, but that's about the extent of it. But if you wanted to make it a food service, don't you have a
and drinking have higher requirements. We do have kind of what we refer to as a food retail. Under our retail allowances, you can have kind of a service that has kind of limited, like an ice cream shop, or some coffee shops might fall into that. It's basically like a limited seating kind of thing.
So I think if you were to switch the office lobby and put that as the recessed thing and bring the retail to the front, you could keep both the really interesting entrance and get the retail closer to the street, which will give it a better chance. I hate to lose that really nice corner treatment, but
I would agree. Yeah.
so I think that much is a fair statement, and maybe reconfigure your stairs or something to get more frontage. All of that is good. I think we're deluding ourselves to think this is going to be vibrant retail here when California, its avenue itself can't fill the storefronts. So that's just my opinion.
I think, so did we all speak? I didn't hear you on the straw poll.
Yeah, no more comments. Yeah, I would support the idea to relocate the retail to facing the major street while keeping the corner open.
Yeah, that's strong. Okay. So it sounds like there's a majority for that.
Sorry.
Just clarify what you just said. You mean that the corner would stay as an open plaza?
Yes.
Okay, and somewhere else is where you get into the office
Yeah, maybe
elevator.
just the office lobby and the retail just switch there.
Switch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
if
so,
I
so an
can,
interest in switching, having the retail front park versus the office, is that what I'm hearing?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
So are you saying that there's an interest in having it front park as the straw poll? Okay.
Yeah, I think we all like the plaza on the corner. I just think that retail, if it's tucked back in Sherman, is going to not succeed as well as it would if it were completely on Park.
yeah, and if I can just chime in with one more thing, I saw that there was a question coming up as well, but I think part of, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're not asking to like resize and literally just change yellow to blue and blue to yellow. It's really just to sort of flip-flop the orientation. The blue sizing of the lobby is appropriate. The yellow sizing of the retail is appropriate. We just would rather see that facade of retail on Park and that facade of the office on Sherman. Would you guys agree with that? Okay. Okay. Was there a question?
They're
Is the
asking if
applicant allowed to
they're allowed to speak.
You know, this seems like a sort of a major change. Is it possible?
So I think probably the appropriate answer is we can study it. I will say one thing that's tricky, and some of you have alluded to this. Retail is possible here, but it's a major change that potentially dramatically impacts the project. So I just wanted to say that out loud. We're happy to study it, but there, for instance, the ceiling heights and the location and all that, like has a huge impact on the office. But in the retail, making a little change for a little space can impact everything dramatically. So we just need to study it thoroughly. But we're happy to look into it further.
I think we're looking out for your best interest as well.
I sort of see that as well. It seemed like it came up very naturally from all of us here that, you know, and we are looking after your interest because we want the retail to succeed as well as the entire building. So we're keen on you studying it.
Don't underestimate what we're saying, though. We really want to see more than just we'll think about it. You need to have some kind of retail there, and it's not just us, it's the city council, it's the whole town. To succeed at that, it does need to be closer to the street. You do need to have a taller ceiling. You probably should find a way to get more parking so you can make it a food service, because that's the thing that's really going to succeed there. You know that. And in the end, it'll be some kind of food service, and if you don't have the parking, it doesn't work. Now is the time to solve that problem. Ask the guys who built the Protege restaurant. They'll tell you how difficult it is to figure that out later.
Well, we know you follow directions very well. So on this one, it really is in general, a very successful project. And we think that this may be kind of the most difficult part of the problem right here, which has just been described. The height just doesn't work for retail, just not possible. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you for letting me contribute more on this. The trick is we looked at this a fair amount. We can explore changing the locations, swapping them, and we'll look into that. We can't go any lower on the office height without compromising our ability to lease that office space. That's the challenge we have to try to keep this 35-foot height limit. We just can't. I think we could look at creative ways for the HVAC to try to keep it as much of an open ceiling as possible in that retail space. But to try to creep into the office height, we start compromising our ability to lease that space. That's our concern, just to be open about it.
For board members, you may want to take a look at sheet A 3.3. It does give you a section through the building. It does show you that the first floor looks like, if I'm looking at the right portion, the first floor is 10 foot 6 inches. The office floors are 11 foot 9 inches. Now these are, floor to floor measurements. So there is the actual floor itself takes away from that size.
There's also on sheet a 4.0B shows the floor to ceiling with the ceiling aspect. Yeah.
So,
Can I put a different item up for straw poll through the chair?
okay, I'm just looking at floor to floor is 10.6. Okay, 9, 6, 8, 7. Yeah, it's 10.6. Floor to floor.
Yeah.
It can squeeze. It's tight, but it can be done. Okay.
I have another item I'd like to put up for
Yeah.
straw poll.
Mhm.
This is a bit more of a conceptual idea if we would want to encourage the applicant to explore this. So we live here in the South Bay in Silicon Valley. We see a lot of office buildings that are curtain wall on slab that are articulated as such on the facade. I made a comment in terms of encouraging the applicant to consider exploring a solid expression on the facade that's not all curtain wall. How does the board feel about that?
I think that's a good idea. I think that would benefit helping reduce the over monotony of the facade. Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
I think in some way, agree to the extent that I think you could somehow move that your privacy panel in and out in some way and create some depth to the face of the building as well, just as part of that consideration. So you're using your perforated idea. It's a full height element, but it isn't on the same plane as the glass plane. Instead, it's pushed forward.
But I think she's saying rather than keep being in a consistent building of curtain wall with metal panel, just do something different.
Yeah, I mean, I know this team is a fan of plaster, and there's some really cool things that only plaster can do, right? That are sculptural things that, like, the existing building on the site right now is kind of sculptural, right? It's kind of got this kind of, white sculptural thing with these with these cutouts, right, of the windows. And I think there could be something really cool that could come out of encouraging this particular team to explore doing something on the facade that's not a curtain wall system, not a metal panel system, but a designed wall that creates something on that facade.
You can certainly throw that out there for them to think about.
Okay. Thank you. Clap.
Yeah, Claire.
If you guys have any final thoughts or questions, I was just going to provide a quick summary of kind of things that I heard, if you'd like.
Yep, fine.
So I think the key things that we heard were an interest in adding some depth and detail to the materials, would like to see more details and more thought behind the design intent with the metal panels in terms of placement. In consideration of green walls, so similar to the neighboring building as well. In order to provide a more viable retail space, look into increasing the floor to ceiling height of the ground floor retail, and consider locating it more visibly along Park rather than on Sherman. In terms of massing, consider elements that provide more modulation to the long, steady facade. Interest in particular in seeing some additional attention, providing more articulation to the design at the rear of the building. There was an interest from at least one board member to consider a warmer color palette. There was also an interest from at least one board member to consider designing in a way that could accommodate housing above in the future. And then consideration from the board about board members about the sculptural elements of solid wall on the wall rather than just curtain wall. Is any additions?
I think several members expressed a desire for a warmer color palette, not just at least one. When you phrase it that way, they don't quite hear the same message.
Mm-hmm.
Did Claire say retail? Did you mention the retail thing? Okay, I missed it, sorry.
Okay, I think that that sums it up. Yeah.
I move that we continue this project to a date uncertain.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Take a vote.
Vice Chair Balte,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Almost.
We have one more item.
We have an
Or,
announcement.
sorry, announcement, sorry. Did- We're doing the minutes before the announcement.
Should we do the minutes? Meeting minutes?
Okay, so let's, has everybody read the minutes? And
I have one minor comment to the minutes.
let me get my book. So first one is the meeting of 12/1/22, minutes of October 20th. Minutes for October 20th.
I think Kendra has a comment.
So I have one minor comment on package page 114. I just wasn't really happy with how this was worded. It said that a new board member, she acknowledged she did not understand the legalities involved. I just like to contest that word understand. It's more being not familiar with the legalities involved. And just because it goes on record, I'd really like to make that adjustment.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so the meeting.
If I could add on page 99.
Just 1 second, please. Are you ready to take? Okay, we just got to make sure staff is quick enough taking notes. What packet page was that, Kendra?
Page 99, page
Sorry.
99.
Board Member Rosenberg, what packet page were you on?
Page number 114. It's
114, okay.
It says Chair Hirsch, and then the second segment, it's the last sentence. As a newer board member, she acknowledged that she did not understand the legalities involved. I would just like to say she was not familiar with the legalities involved. And if anyone has any issue with that, I'm happy to discuss it. Just
I recall that being what Board Member Rosenberg said.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Wow.
On page 99, the 1, 2, 3, 4th line up from the bottom, Vice Chair Balte suggested Mr. Liu take the comparison to Louis Kahn, the architect I was referring to.
Louis Kahn. Huh?
Louiskahn.
Khan or Kahan? Because it's spelled both ways, and my cousin's is one, and
Just if we could correct that for the record, please.
So how are we spelling it for clarification?
Louis, Louiskahn, is an architect who deserves our respect.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, I'll move, we approve these minutes.
Wait a minute, who's Louis Kahn?
He was this.
I don't know of an architect with that name.
This dude who lived when George Washington was
Kahn.
president, right? I move that we approve these minutes.
Second. If I can do that. All in favor?
Yes. Oh, she has to vote.
Not yet.
Vice Chair Bolte,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Yes.
and Board Member Thompson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
So announcements.
There's a second set of minutes.
Any comments? All right. Is that there?
I move that we approve the minutes from November 3rd as written.
Second.
Okay. Vice Chair Bolte,
Yes.
Board Member Chen. Yes. Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Thompson. Yes. Motion passes 5-0.
I think we're not going to do the next item. We have to put it off.
How much time will it take to do that, David?
Well, it's going to take at least 15, 20 minutes.
I think we should push lunch half an hour and.
Yeah, if you can do it.
Yeah.
What does the board? I guess it's up to the chair, really.
Well, I mean, I'm prepared. We could move forward with it. We'll try to zip through.
I'm in favor of doing that. This is important.
Okay.
All right, just while you get it racked up, I'll just say that what has happened is that Commissioner Chen and myself have sort of changed horses in the midstream here. We were looking at the entire objective standards, and then along came a project that is a townhouse project, and so we shifted and took views of many projects here, which we'll show you, both in our neighborhood here and outside of it. So soon as they can come up on the board here. And we met many times and took little side trips, townhome study. So here are the areas. Next slide. Next slide, I guess. Huh? Overview, case studies. Keep moving on here. Oh, we won't get through. Next. Okay, so there's, Sterling Court was one, East Meadow was another one, JCC, another one, Arbor Real, at El Camino in Charleston was another, Alma Village off of the grocery outlet, Oak Court. So a distinction should be made here in the first groups that I'm describing, which are all Palo Alto, that a couple of them are slab structures with the housing on top of parking, but the rest of them are on the ground projects. So let's move to the next slide, please. So these, including Foster City, there's Laguna Verde and Menlo, there's Menlo Park East and Senal Street, a small project, Dublin Perch project, Livermore Tranquility Center. They're all the ones that are in blue there. And Mountain View, some on Lansby, the new project off San Antonio Road. Next slide. So these are the categories we studied these separate projects with. I guess I'll just run quickly, neighborhood context, community circulation. And these are the various titles that we put on the various parts of our study here. So you can have a look at images that will reflect these particular, in these particular projects. So then let's start with neighborhood context. Oh, you're going to just move to the next slide, I guess. So historic district building, major street or boulevard, low-density residential zones, and keep going. So this is a historic context project where it's in an industrial area. So it has a vernacular that would fit well within that kind of a neighborhood, and use of materials that would look good in that neighborhood. It's a rather dramatic street scene and strange in some ways, but interesting in those respects. Next slide. This one is, which one is this? Lansby, a piece of the Lansby project. Want to point out a corner detail. Also point out the fact that there are really no street trees here shown, or maybe they're very small at this point. Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very, very small.
Yeah, this is
So this is all a brand new project, right?
Yeah, it's
coming up.
two major streets.
But on major streets, right? This major street does have, in fact, the trees that aren't just not grown up yet. But a very powerful corner treatment here. Okay, next slide. So this is, it's called, what's it called?
Arboreal.
Arboreal, right? Arboreal. This is the corner. It's a rather setback corner. The building, it almost looks like a single building, but it really is several different residences, and it has a kind of a hierarchy of roof lines and turns the corner onto Charleston from El Camino Real. And it does have significant trees which have grown up on the street edge there. So in some ways, we are looking at an issue where you have a large site. This is a very large site, and it includes many different aspects to housing, including different prototypes. Okay, next slide. And this one is, which one is this?
It's Lansby as well.
Lansby again.
Step
Okay.
down to the low density residence on the right side.
Uh-huh.
Is this one townhomes?
That's a good question, whether it's townhomes, because it looks very dense, doesn't it?
I'm also not sure the one on San Antonio is townhomes either. Are you guys sure of that?
I see the stoops on each of the unit. Yeah, so most likely, yeah.
I can confirm that the building on the right of this picture is definitely townhomes. I'm not sure about the left, but the one on the right, I have a friend that lives in those, so.
Uh-huh. Yeah. We're going to go back, we'll go back and check it out, to make sure that we're in the right category here. Because it does look, I thought the same thing. Looks a little more massive than on the left than what a townhome normally looks like. So it might be multiple dwelling. Okay, but there are some full-grown trees down on that side street, and so trees on the street really become a very strong issue here for this total development. Okay, next slide. So major streets or boulevards can exceed the R30 height requirements by 1 story, but cannot exceed the 50-foot height. Emphasis on increasing the importance of the street is actually achieved by selecting 2 or more of the following, which is using a format that was somewhat used in our objective standards to find different choices for making these effective hierarchy of effectiveness on street treatments, whether it's a major street or a minor street. So corner units or distinct corner elements that face 2 streets must have a change in roof line. There was a similar one about the corner units and corner buildings in those other zones, not residential specific, but that we would think that corner unit buildings ought to have different treatments than mid-block units. So we make a point out of that, and you'll see some examples. Let's keep going. Next slide. is describing the corner issue here.
Yeah.
Okay, next slide. So to keep it moving here. Community circulation. We found some different prototypes here under, and so community circulation, vehicle access and parking and pedestrian and bicycle paths. So on vehicle access and parking, there are, go ahead to the next slide, that's fine. So this is the podium scheme, one of the podium scheme. This is the JCC podium scheme for part of the project. You'll see another image of the interior, which is really quite different from the exterior stucco type of entry. But this is a parking entry, and it affects pretty much everything the way it works. But it is, for the most part, going to be too expensive to build for most developers. Back then, whenever they did this, they managed to get it funds for this. Keep going. Next slide. So this is a cul-de-sac scheme, and it's interesting in that it is paved differently. It has minor kind of trees in it that you'll see in every one of these kinds of projects that really are a minor issue in terms of tree shading. But the garage doors are, on a cul-de-sac, and the length of it gets to be significant. So we have to, I think, put a limit on the length of cul-de-sacs and the type of housing that has a parking on one side, on both sides of one entry point, and how long a series of buildings in this kind of format are allowed to be. Next one. So here's the same project, and you can look down on the cul-de-sac parking. The one that you're looking at that is completed is on the El Camino Real, facing El Camino Real, so that there are area ways to the front door of those buildings and parking that is end unit cul-de-sacs. The other one on the opposite side of the street is also a cul-de-sac, but it has sort of two means of entries to it. So it has a different format than the one facing El Camino. Next slide. This is Livermore, right?
Yeah.
Livermore. And so this is a very large development that they've done with a number of different prototypes here. We're showing you again a cul-de-sac type where it's ended, and then there's an open area that is beyond it there that you can see is going to be a pedestrian zone, strictly pedestrian. So the car comes in from one side, and dwellings are different, slightly different one from another. And then the inside is a public open space that is, however you want to describe it, not a courtyard like some others, but okay, moving on. Next slide. So here's a more or less typical street scene with setbacks. These are the fancier houses on Arbor Real that are separated one from another and have a front yard space and a very defined entry and are privatized by the use of landscaping, and the street edge is consistently planted with trees and sidewalk, in between. Next slide. So this is when you get to a slab type construction, and you can do the landscaping whichever you'd like, some forms that are created on the top that give privacy to the unit faces and also provide a landscaping that seems to work on that kind of a platform, and creates interest and openness at the same time as it has nature to it, adds nature to it. The shapes are really quite fun. Okay, keep going. Very interesting project in terms of, in particular, in this case, parking issues, because the parking here is providing nearby guest parking that's for all residents. It has the same, where the little red dot is, and then the next one closer to the entryway. It's a smallish project, but really kind of well done in terms of creating privacy and then the shared open space areas from their front door. And it's limited in the length of the clusters as well. One is a little different than the next, and those changes in the difference are significant here, where you have a little open space every other one, or at the corner, or et cetera. But the parking is really well done for guest parking and minimizing the impact of the public street area relative to the side of the buildings instead of on the face of it. Okay, moving on. Here again, which one is this? I forgot.
Arboreal.
Arboreal again. Okay. Oh, we've already
Street
actually.
parking.
We've
It's
already.
still the guest parking.
The guest parking, yes, I'm sorry. On the street, guest parking. Wherever possible, it seems to work very well. It's good for the guests, and secondly, it's good for deliveries. You know, the more areas we can insist on street parking, the better the project will be. Okay, moving on. Of course, adding in the trees too. I'm not going to go into the text too much right now, but the cul-de-sacs we've mentioned quite a lot, so just keep going to the slides then. Next one. Next.
It's a slow computer, sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay, building typology. So, you know, there are really possibilities of different typologies that, how are we doing, Peter? Not too badly. Okay, so here, for example, on Arboreal, you know, you can see the orange outside, yellow inside, and then well, I should say whatever. There are three different colors. Actually, there are four different colors here and four different types of housing. They really work with each other quite well. In terms of the aesthetics of it, very successful. That you'll notice that there's a sort of a pool and a green area those green areas surrounded by, well, we saw the front of one of those houses when you were looking not at the house itself, but rather at the street scene, because the sidewalk scene. There are tight spaces, there are bigger spaces. You know, there's great variety in this project, tremendous variety. We looked at the very corner up above where there's El Camino and Charleston meet, and that's one sort of type. And there are a lot of trees. You see the larger trees here. This was Arbor. There are a lot of wonderful trees on the site, and they did an incredible job of keeping the trees. So cul-de-sac type parking schemes are used pretty much throughout this project, except probably for the red ones on the back street.
Next.
Yeah, next slide. Okay, so this one is Sterling Court. That Sterling Court is Bayshore and Loma Verde area, and it has a two-way circulation from the side street and from Bayshore, and it has three different housing types here, at least three, maybe more, but there are spaces between the buildings and houses, and then there are attached, which are the orange ones, and the gray ones up at the top, which are attached. So, and there's a walkway along the very bottom of it, but so this is illustrating what? Just
typology. Building
typology. Okay, yeah. So there's the individual housing. Interesting to look at a sales document like this, because actually all the ones that sold are the individual houses right away. And the rentals, well, they probably kept them till later in any case, but the the individual houses sold very quickly, but, okay. Moving on. Next one. Again, the 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 5, and 6 are all kind of the parking areas. It's a one-way street situation. And in order to fit in guest parking where it ought to be in the middle of the project, there's a small slab that's about 1/8 of the whole land use area. And A and B are two other different prototypes. B is a wider house, about 25, 27 feet wide, and A is 20 feet wide, like a brownstone house. And the rest of them are all kind of an intermixed row of houses, all consistently somewhat larger, but so there are 3 different prototypes and an in and an out, and maximizing of the entryways to get to all houses within the development. Okay, moving on. Next one. So questioning as to how to select how many prototypes based on the size of the property to begin with. So a larger property, you could definitely insist on the different prototypes rather than a small project where you probably can only afford maybe 2 prototypes. So we could when we get around to discussing all this again, make some decisions. Next slide. Landscaped open space. Okay, next. So here's that open area in Arbor Real with the individual more expensive houses, but it includes a lot of activity space, which is for the whole community. So you're seeing this piece of it, and then there's a swimming pool and a community building, all a part of the sort of the center of this project. Okay, moving on. And here's again, this one is in Alma Village. And it's behind the grocery outlet. It is in front of some of the more expensive housing that are detached houses. But it is a public area that also opens up the commercial area. So commercial area allows for sort of late night parking for guest parking once that closes, and the streetscape also has provided. So we'll see that, I think, the next slide. Well, this actually is a repeat. Okay. So this is, they did quite a job of kind of the passageways between, and we should be specific about those passageways because there could be nice planting in the passageways if they're big enough to allow for it here. And so it would be maybe a 12-foot wide passageway with 4 and 4 landscaping on either side. And then, of course, you have houses on either side of that. So we should talk about the privacy issues of windows to windows when we get to that. Next slide. So the open spaces, here's another idea of open spaces that are shared. This is JCC. Next. Well, let's just go on to the slides. Keep going. Not quite slow. Okay, so privacy. So this is Arbor Real again. So this is the opposite side of the cul-de-sac parking. It seemed to me it was a little bit, could have been a little further apart. There isn't that much landscaping. The private areas that are there are really pretty much left without activity. So I think there's some problems with that we really need to deal with.
Yeah, and also the big windows, I probably prefer the staggered windows instead of big windows facing each other. Basically the privacy category.
Yes.
Yeah.
Next slide. Well, it's back to the cul-de-sac side. So next slide. Well, here's, more space between units so that you can really afford proper deck and proper outdoor use. Right. Yeah. Next slide. So this is a JCC again housing, and you notice they're very, very tight. There's probably a 20-foot backyard on each house. So they're facing each other. It might even be a little less. It's a nice bit of outdoor space, but you lose privacy, obviously, because the windows really have to face each other. Getting there? We're done? We're done. Well, let me just see. How far do we have to go? Let's see the next. It's just too slow. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll have to quit it here. So,
Is this something that could be sent or emailed to us that we could review at home?
yeah,
Yeah, sure.
Ken, we'll do that.
Let's wrap up the meeting.
Okay, so, well, in summary, these are the topics I think that we need to discuss relative to townhomes. And we need to look at these examples and see which pieces of them make sense for us, for our community here. Things that we think we would like to emphasize, we'll bring them up. But length of continuity or continuousness of the traffic paths, et cetera. We're going to look at this and actually December 15th, is it the next one, which is going to be Fry's? Is that the one?
Yeah, December 15th, we would have, we're going to have a discussion on this scheduled.
Yeah, on Fry's, on the Fry's.
This is separate from the Fry's.
Well, we're going to have a discussion on this, you're saying?
Yeah, is that what you're asking me?
Well, no, I was wondering, when is the Fry's
The
project?
Fry's is also on the December 15th here.
Right, so we could continue on this after or whatever in.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, good, thanks. So let's do that.
Thank you very much, David Yingshi. This is going to leave me spinning, thinking about it. You have to join the meeting.
Are we adjourned?
Well, meeting is dismissed.
Thank you. Okay, so we got to get up.